They shut me down. But that's cool. Cause we back. Like y'all said, I had to start another live. Yeah, they struck me. They took that video down. They sure did. But it's all good. Cause I'm still right here. It's all good. I'm right here. So I'll let a few people come in the building. Only if you want to. But as y'all can see, bro, I act the fool. I act the fool. So the information that we're covering is so deep. It's so 18. We back in here. They cut me off, girl. They blocked it. That video is gone. So I hope you said 18. I hope you scream. I hope you scream. They got us. Yeah, Dante, they got us. They got us. They got us, 18. They sure did. And let me tell you what the problem was. When I was about to show y'all the God consciousness on my phone, the tail he was talking about. And at the end of the tail, there's a rectangular shaped object that's illuminated. That looks like a damn TV screen. Okay? So like I said, this is gonna be a situation where only the select few can come through. Okay? It is what it is. I ain't heard about it. I damn sure ain't heard about it. So hold on, y'all. This is about to get deep. I wanna actually show y'all. And maybe it was meant to get shut down. So y'all could see how real this shit is. And just to let you know, I don't do this for no numbers. I don't do this for none of that. Like I said, that there's only a select few that's gonna be able to digest this stuff. You know what I mean? So hold on. We gonna get into it. Check out this video, y'all. This is off my phone. Look at it, it's moving. This is in the sky where I live. Yeah, Martino, I'm back. They got me, man. They kicked me out. Look at it move up. That's why I had to zoom back. Because it keep moving. This outside my house. Like a year ago. Y'all see it moving? Yeah, I know 18. Your rumble's pretty solid. Ain't nothing gonna stop us, Martino. Cause I don't do this for no numbers. We doing God work. This off my phone. Yeah, Dante. This that God orb that he was talking about. Look at it moving. I gotta keep zooming out. And let me show you what that is. Hold on. Hold on for a second. Hold on. Let me show you why I think that was. Once that orb or whatever, it has a consciousness. And I'm not sure from the orb side of how well it can zoom in. It probably can zoom in and see every damn pimple on my face. But what I'm telling you is, as I was recording this orb, it kept moving. It kept moving like I couldn't track it, to the point where I felt like it was trying to hide itself from me in like some woods and shit. Hell no, that ain't no moon, Dante. The moon don't move. Y'all don't remember where everybody was seeing all of them sightings in the sky, or all them lights and shit, and orbs and drones? I recorded it. So I'm gonna play what he's talking about again when it comes to that guy like
giant system of survival of the fittest that God has created to test God's self. Okay, it looks like a comet. So you got God's consciousness and all the good things.
You hear that? He said it looks like God's consciousness look like a comet. Hold on. I'm gonna rewind it again for the people in the back, as 18 like me to say.
Giant system of survival of the fittest that God has created to test God's self. Okay, it looks like a comet. So you got God's consciousness and all the good things, the knowledge going forward, but God knows that everybody has to be tested. So the tail goes out, and at the end of the tail is basically evil. That's why Christ says, "Get behind me."
Boom. This is what I believe he's talking about. Yes, it was during the dark. Yeah. I had to keep zooming out because it kept moving. That's me rolling my window down. It was cold as hell. This was like in December, bro. Cold as hell. Where the atmosphere is at its thinnest. You could see a bunch of shit. Y'all see it? Y'all see it like glowing and shit? Yeah. It get bigger and get smaller. That's why I got to keep adjusting the camera. I'm reacting to how it's reacting. Look at that shit. Look at that plasma shit. Look at it. That shit look like it's on fire, bro, and it keep moving. Y'all see that shit? Y'all see that? Y'all see it? Look, this off my phone. This is what I recorded. What is that shit on the outside of it? That move, it look like blue flame. Look how it's just bobbing and weaving. Look, it moved. Look, you see it move? It's moving, bro. Hey, bro, my jaw on the ground. I can't even say nothing. I'm in such awe of what's happening. What you say, bro? Mr. Put the disclaimer up, please, and thanks. Yeah, I put it in the description already, Sabrina. Thank you. I'll be right back. I gotta take a shower. I'll still be in live. Okay, Dante. Sean says, wow, it's moving, it gets bigger. Right. I'm glad y'all see that. It gets bigger and smaller. Check this shit out, bro. That's in the sky. That shit fucked up. That shit crazy, bro. And let's see. I got pictures. Hold on. Picture of this shit. Look at this shit, y'all. That's one picture I took of it. And y'all see the other two dots, the other two lights that showed up behind it? Y'all see that? I see it clearly as day. Thanks, Martino. Oh, I got crazy pictures of it. Look at that one. Look at the two dots, the other two little bright lights underneath of it. That ain't moon. And look at the plasma that was illuminating from it. Like I said, I recorded. Y'all saw like it was like a blue flame. Yeah, look at it. There you go. It has a glare around it. Right. Thank you. Y'all don't see the glow? Y'all don't see the glare? The moon don't do that. Look at that. And it was moving his ass off too. Look at this. Look at this one. Look, y'all. Oh, that's a good one. Look at the blue. Look at the blue. Look at the blue glare. Like a blue plasma. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Yeah. Yeah, I do. There's a drone, y'all. I got it in. There you go. Yeah. And the lights are indicators like plane lights, this so it won't crash into each other. I've been reading up on this shit. And as soon as he get out of sight, the drone, I'm gonna show y'all what this motherfucker is circling. This shit. Y'all see the blinking lights? Down south too. Look at it. This shit ain't just up top. And they doing a big ass long gap. You gonna see them circle again? They ain't going nowhere. I'm out here. Tell you I'm out here. All right. That shit crazy. Hold on. Look at that. Check this out. Look at it trying to hide in the bushes. This is that comet of God consciousness that he just described. See how I move in between the bushes? Look how long it stay there. See it disappearing? Look at it getting smaller. You know how far I had to zoom up to get that? Look, it's disappearing like it no. It hid behind the bushes, so it was hard for me to record it. Look how small it's getting, y'all. Look at this shit. Look at that. Like a dot net. Oh my God. Ooh, look at that shit. Gone. The motherfucker gone. It's gone.
Just like that, disappeared. You tell me. It's intelligent. Very intelligent. When it's visible, it'll pop out. And when it don't want to be seen, it don't. And I just thank God for the honor and privilege.
I'm gonna play this shit again, bro. And then what we do after I play this, we gonna revisit everything that I talked about in the first live, breaking down Adolf Hitler, breaking down Epstein. Right? We you know what I mean? So I can understand if you don't want to stick around, but being that they took my video down and dropped us, I feel like I have to revisit that. You know what I mean? To lay some groundwork. But when he talked about that God comic, I got so much footage of it. So we're gonna start from here. Hold on, I'm gonna read the comments first to get caught up. Sean says, yes, it was a glare to it. Sean says, I see the blue. Sean says, that's crazy. It definitely something spiritual going on Earth. Yeah. And welcome back, y'all. Thank y'all for coming back. Thank y'all so much for coming back. Like I said, we're gonna revisit the Epstein, the Adolf Hitler stuff. We're gonna revisit laying the groundwork of how those two are significant, being that Epstein's family during that time were the central bankers of the world, and everybody else was poor, including Adolf Hitler. He was an orphan in a shelter that was fed table scraps from the Epstein family themselves. You see what I'm saying? And so that fueled a rage, which later on he turned into a neo-Nazi a propaganda, as you will, you know what I mean, which sparked first World War, Second World War. Then he was a master magician, putting the Jews through systematic scientific experiments, such as mind-altering drugs, mind control, shock wave control, and of course the gas chambers. So I'm gonna show you footage of what he's talking about. I'm gonna play it one more time. What he's talking about.
You got God's conscience and all the good things, the knowledge going forward, but God knows that everybody has to be tested. So the tail goes out, and at the end of the tail is basically evil. That's why Christ says, get behind him. So you got God's conscience and all the good things, the knowledge going forward. System of survival of the fittest that God has created to test God's self. Okay, it looks like a comet. So you got God's conscience and all the good things, the knowledge going forward, but God knows that everybody has to be tested. So the tail goes out, and at the end of the tail is basically evil. That's why Christ says, get behind me, Satan. And it's always trying to test God and infiltrate up into it to sabotage.
Boom. This is what he's talking about. Oh yeah, Martino. Martino says, truth, they can't stop us. Not going, let them period. No, bro, not at all. Not at all. We on their ass. That's the same comet that I showed y'all in the beginning. Now it's behind the damn pine trees. It's going crazy. This is from my phone. This is live from my phone a year ago. Not this last December, but the last year, 2024. Dante, that's incredible information. Yes, sir, it is, man. And it kind of confirmed, the stuff I've been seeing, bro. What Alex was talking about. It's like I kind of knew it, cause it seemed like it was a consciousness, like an intelligence, like it was deliberately hiding from me, so I couldn't record it. Look at how small it got. Look. I feel like they're watching us. Yeah, they are, Dante.
And just like that, it disappeared.
Just like that, it disappeared.
You tell me. It's intelligent. Very intelligent. When it's visible, it'll pop out. And when it don't want to be seen, it don't. And I just thank God for the honor and privilege. I thank God. God's so good.
So now I'm confused. I'm like, where'd it go? I ain't moved, but it. Check it out. Keep watching.
Gotta be careful. Let's see. Let's see. I'm telling you. You can't see it on the phone, but I can see it.
Look at that. Would you look at that? She showed back up. I'm worshiping God. I'm telling God I love you. I worship you. I adore you. Hoping that, telling God I love you, hoping that it'll reveal itself. Look how small and big it be getting, bro. Look at that shit. Ooh. Ooh. That's crazy. Look at that. Now, hold on. God damn it. Hold on. Damn, it's so small. You see how it grow and then it gets smaller? Y'all see it hiding, bro, behind the bushes. Look at that. It's hiding itself, right, Dante? It's like it's got a consciousness, bro. There it go. Look at that shit disappear. Y'all see it? Did you see it? Look at it moving. Look at it moving. Bruh, I got footage of that shit for days, man. So now, like I said, man, it's pictures of it. Close-ups. Mind you, ain't no trees nowhere in sight. The moment I start recording, that bitch started to move. It looked like fluorescent. It looked like a fluorescent light almost. Okay? And look at the blue plasma or whatever that shit is that's illuminating around it. Okay? So yeah. So now, what we're gonna do, we're gonna do what Ace Team suggested earlier. I'm gonna just give a brief synopsis of the first video. Like I said, I don't do this shit for no clicks and nothing like that. I really don't. I feel like we are all coming together because God is bringing us together for something, a higher cause that's bigger than ourselves. So before I continue with Alex Jones and the aliens, I want to kind of lay some groundwork in how we got there. This is all dealing with Nazi Germany and Adolf Hitler and their research, which is Project, Project Bluebeam and Operation Blue Book. Okay, all of the conspiracies dealing with aliens stem from the Nazi Germany party, which was headed by Adolf Hitler. So
the Bible said
I wanted to get more in depth about Adolf Hitler's role. So I had to dive into who he was as a youth. And what we found out that Jeffrey Epstein's family took in a young Adolf Hitler. Okay? So we're going to start from there, and then we're just going to build back up to where we currently are now. Everybody good? Everybody all right? Yo, they took the stream down that we were doing, y'all. We were really cooking. And so now I have the Fair Use Act up. So hopefully, you know what I mean? But yeah. So we had numbers on the first video. We was good, but they shut that down. They shut it down. And for good reason, because we were talking shit. We was exposing shit. And you know they don't like that. And especially when we were talking about the involvement of the CEO of Google and all that. You know we on Google with YouTube anyway. So yeah. Dante says, does it have a consciousness? I believe so. Dante said it's disappearing like that. Yes, sir, bro. It was, bro. The comment, it was. But yeah, let's check it out. Now we're gonna link Epstein, and this is all in the Epstein files. This is all in the Epstein files, y'all. Okay? And I'm just glad that y'all were able to witness in real time them cutting me off. Just to let me know how we cooking their ass. You feel me? Let's go. Adolf Hitler as a youth was funded and sheltered and fed by the Epstein family. Let's look at it.
Granger knows that as an HVAC technician, the heat is on you every day. Your first call?
A newly released cache of Jeffrey Epstein documents is detonating across social media, reopening old wounds and dragging new names and even 20th century history into the scandal's expanding orbit. Among the most jarring claims is a purported email exchange alleging that Adolf Hitler, during his destitute years in Vienna, lived in a shelter financed by 3 wealthy families: the Rothschilds, the Epsteins, and the Gutmans. An assertion...
This is all in the Epstein files emails. Breaking news. An email between Iraine Rothschild and Jeffrey Epstein claims that when Hitler was a destitute or lad or what they call it, somebody without no mama and daddy, an orphan. He lived in a shelter that was funded by the Rothschilds. and the Epsteins. Those are two of part of the Illuminati bloodlines. Right there. Okay? Rothschilds and Epsteins. Right here.
Now being fiercely debated online. The email, allegedly involving Ariana de Rothschild, claims Hitler survived by selling his clothes and artwork while staying in a shelter funded by Jewish financiers, naming the Epstein, Rothschild, and Gutmann families, and referencing the Epstein's banking presence in Vienna and Pauli Epstein. The correspondence is part of a massive US Department of Justice release under President Donald Trump.
Everybody all right?
Millions of pages of documents, images, and communications tied to Epstein.
George said if they had the knowledge and the ability to control the whole world, they can blame them for doing it. That's right.
Epstein's network after his Florida sex crime conviction. Officials say the material illustrates the scale of Epstein's access without establishing criminal wrongdoing by everyone mentioned. The files also describe a 2017 exchange in which Bill Gates is said to have discussed pandemic simulations with Epstein, framed as preparedness exercises and now resurfacing as a
See? Bill Gates. Bill Gates is significant because he is pushing the crypto and what they known as the jab, the COVID thing, by saying that the future is imminent, and the only way that we could combat the future is through vaccine. Now you got to understand, he is a part of the depopulation construct. There is too many people in the world, and there has to be a solution for too much people being born at one time, and his solution is vaccine. He is known to be a philanthropist for global health. Bill Gates, went to Epstein begging for money for his foundation. But what you don't know, in the Epstein files, he is mad at Jeffrey Epstein because he tried to get a vaccine that will cure him and his wife of a sexually transmitted disease. He gave his wife Linda, which are now Linda Gates and Bill Gates are divorced. But when Epstein got caught, he tried to act like he denied him and didn't know him. But you went to him for money for your foundation. Let's continue.
COVID data point. Elon Musk is referenced separately, acknowledging limited contact while saying he repeatedly...
Well, we know who Elon Musk is. He is in charge of the SpaceX expedition, which is responsible for getting us back to the moon.
...declined invitations to Epstein's Island. One of the darker threads focuses on Ghislaine Maxwell's father, media tycoon Robert Maxwell. The documents allege he once demanded...
Okay, this is Ghislaine Maxwell's father. Okay, and Ghislaine, y'all know Ghislaine Maxwell just gave a deposition pleading the Fifth Amendment on all the things that they were described as far as Epstein and her connection. Also, it is alleged that Ghislaine Maxwell's has been replaced with a clone and a lookalike based on the Epstein, and I broke this down in the previous slide, based on the Epstein files. Okay, she pleaded the fifth to everything that was asked, and people had did a comparison from the old Ghislaine Maxwell's phenotype to the new Ghislaine Maxwell that they presented during the deposition, and it looked like two totally different damn people. She is Epstein's #1 girl, allegedly. Reportedly, she brung the girls to Prince Andrew, allegedly, and all of Epstein's entourage, including Bill Clinton. Well, this is her dad. Her dad at that time was a media tycoon, and he donated his money to the Israeli intelligence agency called the Mossad, which Jeffrey Epstein is an agent of. Coincidence? I think not. Let's continue.
hundreds of millions of pounds from Mossad and portray him as a powerful figure with access to Western and Soviet leadership before his death in 1991 officially ruled an accidental drowning. Other records outline a post-Gaddafi effort.
He ended up dead in 1991, and they said it was because of an accidental drowning. Let's continue.
To recover frozen Libyan state assets worth tens of billions of dollars and reference figures, including Emmanuel Macron, Vladimir Putin, and Volodymyr Zelensky, underscoring the global.
So he got ties, and he was able to meet with Zelensky, which is the president of Ukraine, Russia, which their president is Putin, and the president of France. This is how powerful one man is, because he was in charge of international banking. He was the broker for the central bank. Okay? Dante says he calls it the pandemic, right? And I call it the plandemic. Dante said that's evil. What's they doing? Try to enforce the new world order, brother. They lucky they shut down the first channel, boy. We will cook them. We covered all that. Well, guess what I'm gonna do? Revisit it right now. I sure am. Let's go.
Full reach of Epstein's contacts.
And like I said, the people that was in here first, I don't expect for y'all to come back, because we just reviewing information that we already did. But I got to do this.
Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna says only a portion of the Epstein files have been released so far, but argues what is already public isn't.
In a portion, he means only half of it has been released. There's 6 million files, Epstein files, but only 3 million were declassified and available for public information, okay? And out of those 3 million that were declassified, 70% of the names, maybe more, have been redacted. Okay? Let's continue. I'm going to speed through this.
Enough to raise serious questions about transparency, influence, and proximity to power.
There goes Trump and Epstein. Okay. So now that we have tied that together, let's go a little bit deeper into the relationship of the Epsteins and Adolf Hitler. Let's go.
Today, when you hear the name Epstein, you think of islands, secrets, and abuse. But in 1910, the Epsteins already owned everything.
It said by 1910 in Vienna, the Epsteins already owned everything. They were your central bankers of the world. These were Jews in Vienna, in Europe. There we go. Vienna is a city in Austria. I just wanted to put it out. Okay, now here we got the descendants of Jeffrey Epstein. Gustav von Epstein, which was an industrialist and banker. You see? Right here.
My grandfather, Jacob, worked at the shelter where young Adolf Hitler slept.
Okay, the dude said his granddaddy Jacob was worked at the same shelter where Adolf Hitler was staying. So, in other words, he was homeless. There's young Adolf Hitler right there.
He saw something that history books ignore. Hitler didn't survive because he was strong. He survived because the Jewish elite threw their dinner scraps to the poor.
Boom. Now, he said this is what the history books neglect to reveal about Adolf Hitler, okay? Adolf Hitler didn't grow up strong. He grew up a poor man that survived off the table scraps of Jeffrey Epstein's family, the Epsteins. The Epsteins are what funded the shelter that Adolf Hitler was staying at, okay? So he was surviving off of table scraps, off the elite, which was the Jews, which the Jews still run the banks. So the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, John D. Rockefeller, all that shit. Let's go. And the Epstein's families. These are all families that are part of the Illuminati. Okay.
The true origin of hate. Hitler and the Epstein family.
While the Epstein family lived in a palace that humbled the kings of Europe, Adolf lived in a cubicle that smelled of urine and cabbage.
Damn. While the Epsteins was in a palace, living their best life, Adolf Hitler was in a homeless shelter that smelled like piss, urine or whatever, and cabbage. Everybody gathered in one small space trying to stay warm on a space heater that cooked, kept them warm, and you could boil water. Multi-purpose. Look at this. Look at the difference in comparison of lives during that time. Crazy.
The shelter was funded by them, for the Epsteins.
Okay, the shelter was funded by the Epsteins. Look at the shit that he had to eat, the table scraps. Look at that.
Paying for that soup was pocket change. They didn't even feel it, but for those who received it, the story was different. Grandpa said Adolf ate that soup with rage. He could taste the handout.
You hear that? He said Adolf Hitler ate that germy ass soup, that table scrap food soup, and he got angry. He hated it.
He knew that those potatoes were the leftovers that the elite didn't want to eat.
And that's crazy how we as slaves was under that same type of treatment, eating masters' leftovers, table scraps. That's where we was at. Check them out.
Just the soup. Grandpa remembered that Adolf tried to be a painter. He painted postcards, cheap watercolors of Vienna. But who bought them? It wasn't the Germans, it wasn't the Aryans. It was the Jewish shopkeepers.
Boom. So the Aryans and the Germans didn't even fuck with Adolf Hitler. They ain't buy shit, but guess who funded him and gave him a source of economy? The Jews. These are the same Jews that would later on he will persecute 30 years later. So that is the true definition of biting the hand that feeds you. You have a vendetta against the Jews, but the Jews is responsible for your survival, to the point where he's selling them bitch ass watercolor postcards and sewing clothes together, and the only person that would buy it was Jews. And then you would come around and persecute them and kill them and create all these scientific experiments exterminating Jews. Check it out.
Like Samuel Morgenstern, a Jewish glazier. He bought Adolf's paintings out of pity. to keep the boy from starving.
They bought his shit to keep him from starving out of pity.
Adolf took their money, smiled,
Of course he took
and
their
then
money.
went back to the shelter to write about how the Jews were destroying the economy.
See that?
He
He
lived
took their money and then went back in his pissy room, smelling like urine, writing how the Jewish people were destroying the economy. So he already had a plan to execute, being poor.
off their kindness while planning their destruction.
See?
Grandpa used to
Living off their kindness while planning on their destruction.
say he bit the hand that fed him because he hated needing to be fed.
Mm.
My grandfather had a theory. He said Adolf didn't hate the Jews because they were evil or sinners. He hated them because they had so much more money than him.
Do you hear that? He didn't hate the Jews for any religious reasons or any moralities, okay? He hated the Jews because they simply had more money than him. But here's the kicker. His whole campaign against the Jews was religious. A religious political figure. A Zionist, okay? It's called geopolitics or neo-Naziism.
He saw the Epsteins passing by in carriages, untouchable, while he froze in the snow. It wasn't about race in the beginning. It was about class.
Bingo. It wasn't about race in the beginning. That whole racist construct is man-made, used to be manipulated for capitalism and for personal gain. That's why they give us shit like racism and being a racist and this white supremacy shit is all because the real essential battle in the divide is the top 1% and the rest of us. It's called classism.
It was about pure envy. He thought, why do they have the gold and I have the mud? Their charity wasn't help. It was a display of power. You have to understand the scale of the envy. The Epstein Palace wasn't just a house. It was a monument. Marble columns, velvet curtains, heated floors. While Adolf had to sleep with his shoes on so they wouldn't be stolen in the night.
You heard that?
Grandpa
Shit was so bad in the shelter that he had to sleep with his shoes on because motherfuckers was stealing shoes off your feet. Dang. Yeah, he was poor.
saw him reading newspapers about the Epstein's grand parties. Adolf would shake with rage. He didn't want to destroy the system. He wanted to be the system. He didn't want equality. He wanted the palace. When he left Vienna in 1913, he carried nothing but a suitcase of old clothes and a heart full of poison. He promised himself that one day he would return, not as a beggar, but as a master.
30 years later, the beggar returned to collect the debt.
Boom. 30 years later, the Nazi regime is in full effect in Germany. Okay? So they go back to Austria in Vienna city, take over the Epstein Palace. That's the Epstein Palace. There you go. So for anybody who wants a deeper context, in this particular moment in time, look at the movie The Sound of Music. The hills are alive with the sound of music. Ooh. That is telling you, like, once you watch that movie and you see the Nazi regime and how they literally was attacking the country of Austria, and particularly Vienna, you can see how everything was starting to take shape.
The first thing Hitler did in Vienna was to seize the Epstein Palace. He didn't just want to kick them out, he wanted what they had. He turned the palace into a Nazi office. Finally, the beggar was sitting in the banker's chair. The revenge was complete. Grandpa died saying that charity is never free. It always charges a price. The Epsteins of 1910 thought they could buy peace with crumbs. They learned the hard way that you don't feed a wolf to make it your pet.
That's it. And that picture says it all. That's Epstein's ancestor, and the date on it is 1910.
The hate started in Vienna, but the war was fought on chemistry. Meet Klaus Hoffmann, the soldier who didn't sleep. Click here.
And that's what he said. The war, the hatred started in Austria, in Vienna, with the Jews dealing with classism, and then it manifested into a world war thing. So what we're gonna do now? Because we almost catching up. We're almost catching up where we
pause for a second and think.
That's why I appreciate y'all for hanging in there with me. They took down they took down the first live that we did, but we right back, and we're almost back to where we where they took us off at. So I just appreciate everybody for hanging in there. Yeah, Cree, they shut me down, Cree. Everybody letting Cree know what they did to the channel, y'all. That's why I haven't been reading everybody's comments the way I would. Is because I'm trying to catch us back up. You know what I mean? But once I catch us back up, then I'll be able to, check out everybody's comments again, and we could vibe how we been doing. But they shut down the first live, y'all. That's exactly what happened. They shut my ass all the way down. Okay? And everybody in here, they shut everybody down. But I'm back. We're back. And so I got a disclaimer. So we good. Let's go. Welcome back, Craig. Hey, bro, before I start, this should make everybody mad. Like, yo, y'all, you think you can control us by shutting us down? Nah. We gonna raise the numbers on this motherfucker too. Cause we was doing good on the first line. Everybody came through showing up like we was doing good. So I ain't worried. As long as it's available for everybody to watch on their time, we good. They can't stop us, y'all.
Welcome to Man in America, a voice of reason in a world gone mad. I'm your host, Seth Wollhouse. So last week, the DOJ released over 3 million pages of information on Epstein as part of the Epstein Files Transparency Act. I don't think many people were ready for what was in those files. I know I wasn't. I'm still sick to my stomach if I think about it. So as I covered, though, in my Sunday night show, all these documents point to one giant theme, one conclusion that you can't escape once you see it. We are ruled by a pathocracy. It's a system described in this book, Political Ponerology by Lobachevsky. And what it means in plain English is that evil people, through evil methods, have managed to seize control over nearly every lever of power in our world. Banking, government, education, medicine, media, it goes on. Jeffrey Epstein was just a cog in that machine, a cog whose powerful tool was blackmail. And honestly, he was insanely good at a very simple task. Befriend the elites and the power brokers of our society, tempt them with money, drugs, with the sickest desires the human mind can possess, and then capture every moment of it. Boom. Video footage, text conversation.
You see that? You provide the elites, your presidents, your sultans, your kings, your queens, your political figures. Epstein was tied to Putin. He was tied to the French president, as well as Donald Trump, as well as Ben Clinton, all powerful people. It's like the international bank broker. Everybody went to him when they needed to borrow some money for their campaign to win elections and shit like that. He was the man. But here's the thing. Once he sucked you in and you was indulged in his certain parties and stuff, you did not know that you were being recorded through hidden cameras and all type of manipulation tactics. So with that footage, it could be used as leverage to control their common interest. See how that worked? Let's go.
audio recordings, emails, evidence of them committing those acts or discussing committing those acts. And once he had that, he or whoever he was working for had full control over those individuals. I mean, it's a simple equation, and he was darn good at it. I'm even seeing people online saying, wow, why was he so casual in his emails? Why did he have all these emails that he was talking about all this stuff? And of course he was casual, because every single email, every text message, every communication got filed away in a little neat folder of leverage against that person. That was the whole point. But what these millions of documents show us is something much, much bigger than blackmail. Yes, they prove many of the things that we've long suspected, that wealthy and powerful individuals are actively participating in evil that goes beyond our worst nightmares. Cannibalism, child torture, pedophilia, ritual sacrifice.
Time out. You hear what he said? Ritual sacrifice, pedophilia, murder of kids, and guess what? Cannibalism. The eating of humans, like human beef jerky. All in the Epstein files. Ain't that something?
And more. So saying our world is run by satanic pedophiles is no longer a fringe conspiracy theory. It's now a documented fact. But what's even bigger about these files is that they reveal that Epstein wasn't just the blackmail guy. He was a power broker operating at the highest levels of our world. He helped establish the framework for how pandemics could be weaponized as massive financial engines. He was involved in the early stages of Bitcoin. He even used Bitcoin for bribery, which paints a troubling picture that
he was spearheading Bitcoin. And we all know that Bitcoin is government unregulated money that can be used in the black market. Now we're talking about shit like organ harvesting and sex trafficking. You know? Well, like I said, man, I'm going to get back into everybody's comments. I just want to catch up. I don't expect for the likes and all that to match because everything was up on that last live. Before they shut us down, I saw the views and I saw the like they showed you the analytics, and we was way up. So they had to shut us down. But they were not banking on me coming right back and kind of speed processing us to catch us back up, because they don't know how I roll, bro. Yeah. Absolutely. Let's go.
perhaps Bitcoin, the cryptocurrency movement, has been compromised since its inception as being used as a tool to engineer society. He was also deeply embedded in the transhumanist agenda, discussing human cloning. There's even conversations that suggest engineering of the gender and trans movement, which
boom. Also mentioned in the Epstein files is transhumanism, the manipulating of hormones, changing a man from a woman and a woman from a man, call it transhumanism. And their cloning centers. Human clones were also recorded in the Epstein files. Let's continue.
we've watched explode in recent years. He was involved in regime changes, like what happened in Ukraine in 2014. He was heavily connected to the Rothschild family. And there are discussions, their own words, about how they funded Hitler and helped him hide. Strange. He even had...
There's also Epstein files. Allegedly, after World War II, they helped Hitler escape to Argentina and funded it. Okay? Let's continue. Thank y'all, man, for getting the likes up and stuff again, man. I appreciate that, man. That's real cool, y'all. Like I said, the last stream and the numbers were crazy, and I appreciate that. And for them just to shut me down like that, that's cool. Y'all don't see me hurt. I'm right back at it. Let's go. Let's run it up on their ass again. Let's run it up on them.
Conversations about what we would call MKUltra programs, about using torture to deliberately fracture the identities.
Cool. That's what they did in the Nazi Party. They used MKUltra mind altering chemicals, as well as we're talking about the gas chambers, all for the extermination and under science, under the name of science, dealing with Jews to where they was able to escape humanitarian crimes in the UN because America, instead of taking them to the UN to be tried for humanitarian crimes, we hired them, gave them Jewish names, and continued the research. Let's go.
Young children as a pathway to unlocking what they call special abilities. And the list goes on. So my last show on Sunday focused heavily on the disturbing acts of violence, especially against children. But tonight we're taking a step back and looking at the bigger picture. We're peeling the veil back and staring directly at the powerful forces that actually shape our world. And I know this is frightening to even think about, but this moment of time is incredibly important for all of us because it's an opportunity. Maybe it's the biggest opportunity we've ever had to use this information to help more people around the world wake up and see the evil for what it truly is. As Lobachevsky made clear in his book, Political Ponerology, the single most powerful thing that we can do to fight back against this kind of evil is to help more people recognize it, to see how these people actually operate. And look, I know it's heartbreaking to watch this information come out and see nothing happen. No investigations, no arrests, no justice. But honestly, that's not even the most important point here. If a few politicians get thrown into jail or shipped off to Gitmo, it doesn't change the structure. The single most important outcome of all of this is that it wakes more people up. Because the evil's greatest strength has always been in its ability to operate in the shadows, to keep us distracted, unaware, to make people roll their eyes and think conspiracy theory whenever we hear terms like Pizzagate or satanic ritual abuse. But now we have the proof that we've been waiting for. Now, before we start, I will warn you that some of this information is deeply disturbing. So I'll do my best to walk you through the details of the documents without overwhelming your senses, but just be warned. It's dark and it's heavy. Now, before we jump in, just a quick reminder that if you're watching on Rumble, thank you for supporting a free speech platform. Make sure you hit that thumbs up. Make sure you like.
He was smart to go on Rumble. You was just talking about that, 18. He's on Rumble now. Yep. Let's go.
Leave a comment, follow the channel. If you're watching on YouTube, please come over to Rumble so I don't have to self-censor so I can still get to you on YouTube. Please, thank you. Also, every show that I do is done as a podcast as well as a video. So if you prefer to listen instead of watch, go to your favorite podcast app like Apple Podcasts or Spotify. Search for Man in America, look for the smiling guy with the beard, hit that subscribe button on there. And if you want to really make my day over on Apple Podcasts, leave me a review on there. Honestly, it really, really helps me to reach more people. So if you're following on Apple Podcasts, or maybe you're not, if you want to stop in there and leave a little star review and write a message, that'd be great because that helps me to reach more people on the boring. I want to give you a quick reminder that we are very, very soon launching the ARC community. So the ARC community.
The art community, that's kind of, we building a little community over here too. A little family, a little tribe. Yep. We doing the same thing.
Lot. But what I want to focus on in today's show is looking at the global power structure and looking at how much influence Epstein actually had, whether it was advising world leaders, arranging major financial deals, working with scientists, pandemic planning. There's so much to go through here. So I'm just going to go through it just step by step. My intention is to not try to tell you what to think about it. I just want to give you the information in a way that's easy to kind of break down and understand the overall narrative of Epstein, because he was so much more than just a blackmail kind of collector kind of guy. He was a power broker at the highest levels of our society.
Yep.
Including, we're going to start with the fact that,
boom,
again,
now we're talking about the Pope. This is in 2015. Epstein and the Pope lived together in Vatican City. This is the leader, the undisputed leader of the Catholic Church. Both are known for allegedly pedophilia. Okay? Check it out. Look at the unlikely couple. Now we're talking about the black pope. Now we're talking about the gray pope. And now we're talking about Money. If you meeting up with this dude, it's because you're trying to borrow some money. Straight up. Let's go.
Now, I guess I should say, with everything I'm presenting,
And mind you, Epstein is also an agency, a double agent that is a part of the Israeli intelligence agency called the Mossad that was funded by Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, which is his number one girl, allegedly, for bringing in young girls. This all ties in together.
these are allegedly, right? These emails could be fabricated. We haven't validated a lot of this information. So take it all with a grain of salt. However, I think there's a lot of truth in this. So here we go. Allegedly, that Epstein lived in the Vatican for a period of time. Very strange. I mean, we know the Vatican's involved in some strange things, but here's an email talking about him and Epstein. And right here it says, talking about this conversation, he goes, he wants me to finish each column different. As when he was living with the Pope John Paul II in the Vatican.
See?
He looked at a variety of different columns that captured in wars. He told me that every pope demanded to have a column from every conquered country. So there's a collection of different columns in the Vatican.
Boom. He said that every pope desired a column displaying every country that had been conquered. We're talking about Christianity. We're talking about the papal bull that was issued out in 1609 by the Pope. This is what we're talking about. So think about that. In religion, it was pushed on to everybody else to conquer them or convert them. This is what we get into the Crusades or the Dark Ages. And during this period is the rise of the Illuminati, which was at that time was called the Knights Templar, which was the Vatican Church's military. Okay? So first we deal with the art of Freemasonry, and which was started in Germany, Bulgaria, Germany, okay? Okay? That's when we start to get into your Freemasonry, okay? And then out of that, through the Vatican Church finances, we get the elite military group, the Illuminati, okay, which was called the Knights Templar, or King Arthur and the Round Night Table, okay? Okay? So let's continue.
So this is guys looking at maybe some kind of decorating stuff or doing some work for Epstein. And I guess Epstein had shared with him about his time while living in the Vatican with Pope John Paul II. And if you know the Vatican, the amount of power they wield, it kind of makes sense that that was an organization that he had some affiliation with. Now, this is a big one. This is from John at the Patriot Voice. This is pretty significant, right? So this is an email right here that John has kind of pulled the information out of for us to understand it. If you're looking at
now the email says, in this email, Epstein says, Davos, can you replace the UN? What type of shit is that? Replace the UN? Didn't I tell you during World War II, the way that the Nazi regime were able to escape humanitarian charges is because we literally changed the names of all of the Nazi German scientists. We changed their names, gave them Jewish names, and gave them sovereignty to finance a whole state when they're not even the real Jews. They were Germans. We're not talking about the Khazarian Jews that they try to mask to us as the Jews. We're talking about actual Germans that were hired by Americans made American science. The head of the NASA program is a former Nazi. Anyway, in the email, Epstein says, Davos, can you replace the UN cyber, crypto, genetics, intel coordination, which is more or less exact what is happening with Trump. BlackRock, which owns 70% of the world's real estate companies. Elon Musk, which was in charge of the SpaceX program, getting us back to the moon. Palantir, the technocrat, AI governance, transhumanism, which is being like transgender, and ultimately the rebranding of the New World Order, the NWO. Okay? And everybody know what the New World Order represents and what the agenda is. They're saying that the New World Order, they wanted it into something more of a MAGA, Make America Great Again, palatable operation, as I have been saying. Okay, so this is why Trump has a keynote at the World Economic Forum this year and announced that the Board of Peace in Gaza, in the Middle East, where Hillary Clinton was, smart city rebuild. So they're trying to build a smart city based off of AI in the Middle East. There's a whole project funding this. They really did a plan, all of this out in advance. Epstein was aware, even involved, and Trump had to be the perfect Trojan horse. And I'm going to let him read it.
The global architecture, the power structures. This is very important. So he says, in this email, Epstein says, quote, Davos can replace the UN cyber, crypto, genetics, international coordination, which is, John's saying here, which is more or less exactly what is happening with Trump, BlackRock, Elon Musk, Palantir, the technocracy, AI governance, transhumanism, and ultimately the rebranding of the New World Order into something more of a MAGA palatable operation, as I've been saying. Now, John's saying that is why Trump was a keynote speaker at the World Economic Forum this year and announced the Board of Peace, Gaza's smart city rebuild project there. He says that they really did plan all this out in advance. Epstein was aware or even involved, and Trump had to be the perfect Trojan horse to get the job done, could never be a Democrat. A bait and switch of the century. So what he's referring to is here basically what they're talking about. Well, a lot of us have been really focused on exposing the UN agenda and all these different things that are happening at the global level. In this email with Epstein, he's talking about how Davos can actually replace the UN, replace the kind of cyber, cryptogenetics, international coordination. He says, like my stint at the Trilateral. He says,
I like my stint at hey, bro, didn't I just got finished telling you about the Trilateral Commission? So we have the BlackRock Group, we have the Rothschilds, we have the Rockefellers, okay? We have the Bilderberg Group, and we have the Trilateral Commission. These are all corporations and essentially bloodline families to what we know what the Illuminati is right here. So he makes mention of the Trilateral Commission. I'll wind it back.
UN, replace the...
I'm sorry, y'all.
Most people have no idea. Pause for a second and think about this. Why is...
I got you. We'll roll back. I got you. Right here.
They're talking about, well, a lot of us have been really focused on exposing the UN agenda and all these different things that are happening at the global level. In this email with Epstein, he's talking about how Davos can actually replace the UN, replace the kind of cyber cryptogenetics international coordination. And he says, like my stint at the Trilateral.
Boom! I like my stint at the Trilateral. I'll play it again.
Those can actually replace the UN, replace the kind of cyber cryptogenetics international coordination. And he says, like my stint at the Trilateral, he says issues now need to deal with the distributed trust and internet fallout. I'm not sure what that means, but the person replying to that says exactly, we need a new global architecture. The World Economic Forum Davos is uniquely positioned, public, private. So make what you want of that, but seems like it's one of those kind of secret meetings and discussions that these elites will be having in these back rooms, these kind of dark dungeony type meeting rooms where they're hidden and there's like a bloody dagger on the table talking about their plans to control the world. So the fact that he's talking about kind of consolidating that power into the World Economic Forum in Davos is quite concerning. Now, it extends far beyond that. So here's this information. Interesting how Epstein wanted to help Putin, quote, reinvent the financial system.
Do you hear that?
So
did you just hear that? Epstein wanted to help Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia, reinvent the financial system. Jeffrey Epstein, this one dude is tied to so many world leaders, it ain't even funny. Let's go. You don't think he got no camera footage of them doing crazy shit? Of course he do. Let's go.
Going back and forth with this guy named Thorben Jaglin, not sure if I pronounced his name right, where he's basically going back and forth talking about how he wants to pitch this to Putin. He's saying Jeffrey Epstein's email sent in 2010 or 2013 says, when the Sputnik was announced, the West was caught flat-footed. The same can now happen with Russia taking the lead in finance instead of competing with the West for nanotech, copying Silicon Valley, looking for startups, playing catch-up to Microsoft, Apple.
So nanotech in Silicon Valley is simply talking about the computer chips and what we were talking about last live. Well, the integration between melanin and AI. This administration, Donald Trump, everybody globally is pushing towards resetting the financial system of the world under one world digital currency. Okay? It's right here. Apple, Microsoft, Silicon Valley, all of them. All the tech tycoons. Let's go.
Russia can get out in front of the elite and leapfrog the global community by reinventing the financial system of the 21st century. So he's kind of pitching, I'm sure this had something to do with blockchain or crypto, but you can see this guy's working on saying, hey, Jeffrey, all this is not easy for me to explain to Putin. You'll have to do it. My job is to get you a meeting with him. So I'm not sure if that meeting happened, but here's Jeffrey again saying that, hey, look, give me a couple of hours with Putin and I'll explain this. He says, you can tell him that you and I are close and that I advise Gates. This is confidential. I'd be happy to meet him, but for a minimum of 2 or 3 hours, not shorter. His Putin relationship continues here. This is getting into Putin, but also Zimbabwe and Robert Mugabe, I forget how to pronounce his name. Apologize to Mr. Robert. Anyway, this is also strange. Here it says that Epstein, this is an FBI document saying that Epstein...
Boom. This is the FBI document right here. Federal Bureau of Investigations. Case number FD-1023. This is a part of the DOJ that is a part of public information. So you can look this shit up for yourself. Let's see what this federal document is talking about.
Had a compound in New Mexico where he lured and video recorded underage women. He also had a private island. Epstein was President Vladimir Putin's wealth manager.
Now I'm not gonna show you that spot in Mexico because I think that's why they struck the channel down the first time. I was trying to find a news outlet where I felt comfortable that I could show that. That's why I was kind of weird. I'm like, no, I ain't doing NBC. They shut me down last time. I ain't do ABC. So I thought the New York Post would give me some type of, nah, bro. So I'm not going to tell you and bring up no footage from the news media, the mainstream news media, covering the Epstein Ranch in Mexico, but the FBI just raided that ranch, y'all. Y'all can pull it up yourself if y'all really interested. Please pull it up. It's happening right now. They raided a ranch in Mexico that was owned by Epstein, and allegedly there are human remains and human bodies that are underneath that ranch. That's why the FBI are there now in the coroner's office. Yes. So, like I said, once I showed that, I felt like, it started some beef. So I'll chill from that, and maybe we'll revisit it in another live. It's going to come up again.
Fame service for the Zimbabwean president, Robert Mugabe. Epstein.
Bro, this dude is communicating with a president in Zimbabwe. One dude, Epstein. It's one common denominator, Epstein. Let's go.
Some connection to blank from MIT Media Lab, but CHS was unsure of the details. Epstein had dirt on other people. The logs from his flights were made public at some point. Epstein had a mansion on the Upper West Side. Epstein made his money from charging his clients fees to hide their money offshore. Epstein knew former President Bill Clinton and was very close to current President Donald Trump. In the spring of 2015, Trump had just been to Epstein's property for lunch. Then it gives him some other information about hacking. But you can see, again, he wasn't just a blackmail agent. Now, according to this, maybe it's not true, but they're saying that he was Putin's wealth manager, which
God damn!
What that was implying.
President Putin wealth manager. Shit!
Is that he was helping Putin offshore some of his money. It's hard to say, but it was obvious that this guy was at the center of some pretty major power. Here's another thing.
All right, this is the president of France, okay? This is the relationship of Epstein and the president of France, y'all. Macron. Let's go.
Epstein files reveal that Epstein was doing business with Macron, Emmanuel Macron, in 2016 when he was France's economy minister. By 2018, emails show Macron allegedly asking Epstein for PR and governance advice after becoming president. So, again, this guy had ways of pulling strings and knowing information that you even have the president of France asking Epstein, not saying, hey, send me some little children, but actually asking him for PR and governance advice. This is wild. I agree. Now this one, we'll spend a little time on this thread. This is from Sayer G, great guy in the health freedom space. He released this.
All right, this is released from the DOJ, the Department of Justice. Okay? Right here. This is the Department of Justice. The DOJ just released thousands of pages of Epstein files, and buried inside them may be one of the biggest bombshells no one is talking about. The blueprint. Let's start right there. Jay-Z came out with an album called The Blueprint. Jay-Z's album, The Blueprint, came out the same time the World Trade Center was blown up. Did you know that? Look it up. Look up the date of Jay-Z's Blueprint album and look and see when 9/11 happened. Let's go. Look at the company of Jay-Z, Rockefeller. Come on, man. Stop.
In the last day or so, it's already hit millions of views. This is really, really important because obviously, if we look back at what happened with COVID and the engineering of that entire pandemic, whatever you want to call it, that changed our life and the trajectory of our world for a lot of reasons permanently. But let's just kind of take a look at some of the things that Sayer G has put in here. He said that, okay, the DOJ just released thousands of pages on the Epstein files, and buried inside them maybe one of the biggest bombshells no one's talking about. The blueprint for a 20-year financial architecture designed to turn pandemics into a profit center. Offshore jab funds, pandemic reinsurance triggers, donor-advised fund structures designed to profit under the cover of charity. Simulation programs, career pipelines into pharma and the WEF. All built years before COVID, all running through Gates, JP Morgan, and Epstein.
All running through Epstein, JP Morgan, which is a bank, and Bill Gates. And we all know Bill Gates is the founder of the depopulation, okay? And pretty much what he masked himself as a global health philanthropist who goes to Epstein and begging of money through what we call the Bill Gates Foundation. Now, Bill Gates' wife, ex-wife, Melinda Gates, caught an STD, allegedly, that's in the Epstein files, from Bill Gates. Bill Gates, which he caught from a young Russian girl, a young underage Russian girl, allegedly. So this pisses Bill Gates off, and it intrigues him to ask Epstein, can I have a vaccine that can cure my wife of an STD I gave her from this young Russian girl? And Epstein refuses. So I'm thinking in my mind, he sent, allegedly, that young Russian girl to Bill Gates because he already knew she was sick. And he knew he would have to come back to him, and he uses that as leverage. But allegedly, we all know that Bill Gates run Microsoft, and a part of that is a gaming system, a PC called the Xbox. Now, that is important because allegedly Epstein is a gamer, a big-time gamer. So Minecraft, Roblox, the Call of Duty, he is a big-time gamer online, Epstein. And allegedly, this is where he uses to communicate with underage kids and trafficking, okay? So since Epstein would not supply Bill Gates with the STD vaccine, he, in response, talking about Bill Gates, shuts down his Xbox account. Okay? Let's continue.
I have the documents. Take a look at this. Okay, so here's one.
Hold on.
Bob number one.
Everybody all right? Is 18? Everybody good? Everybody okay? All right. I just want to tell everybody, thank you so much for showing back up, man. Everybody saw in real time how they shut us down. It won't cool, but everybody in the chat kept saying it. Y'all felt it. Y'all felt it that they was gonna shut us down, but guess what? We back too fast. So I just appreciate y'all, and I promise once we catch up to where we left off, I'll go back to reading the comments and engaging, because I love that. I love talking to y'all and engaging because y'all have a lot to say, and so y'all perspectives are valued over here. So that's why I like to read everyone, and you know what I mean? And we're going to get back to that. I just had to kind of speed rush this thing to catch us back up for where they shut us off. So I hope I'm doing a all right job, and I apologize for not being on the comments as I should, but I'm gonna get back on it. So I just want to say this is out of love, y'all, for real. Let's go.
Offshore arm for jabs. And I'm saying jabs because I'm still on YouTube, and whenever I say the V word, they like to censor my videos and cancel them. So for all the people who are watching on YouTube, you're making me say things I don't want to say. I want to say the V word, but because you're on YouTube, I gotta say jabs. They're still probably detecting it. Means video get taken down anyway. Either way, we continue. So it says,
don't worry, bro, because they took my channel. They took my video. So you ain't got to worry about that, bro. They did the same thing to me, man. We in the same boat. But check this out, right? This is also released 2 or 7 documents from the DOJ, okay? Bombshell, offshore arms for the jab. He won't say the jab like he said, which is the Corona stuff. Okay, in August 2011, Jeffrey Epstein emailed Mary Edros, CEO of J.P. Morgan. J.P. Morgan is one of the banks that got the bailout in the Barack Obama administration. Y'all remember that? Where J.P. Morgan, Chase Bank, all of these banks, Goldman Sachs, all of these banks had to speak before Congress because of inappropriation of funds, and they just got a slap on the wrist and a bailout. Okay, these are the groups. So, and like I said, in August 2011, Jeffrey Epstein emailed Mary Edros, CEO of J.P. Morgan, $2 trillion. Okay, y'all see that? $2 trillion asset management division outlining a Gates link donor. Okay, advertised fund. Okay, this is for $2 trillion. Bill Gates is a damn liar because he made up some shit and really tried to disassociate himself from Epstein like you wasn't trying to borrow $2 trillion. When we talk about trillionaires and billionaires, there's such a big gap between the two. That's why I was like, man, we're talking about a situation as to where the billionaire is on a small scale. Now we're in the trillions, okay? That's a whole another elite group. Okay, let's continue.
In August 2011, Epstein emailed Mary Erdos, CEO of JP Morgan's $2 trillion asset management division, outlining a Gates-linked donor-advised fund. His instruction, he said, however, we should be ready with an offshore arm, especially for Japs. The CEO of Morgan Asset Management didn't flag compliance. She asked for answers before the 31st. She got them the same night from a convicted sex offender. Here's the actual email. Okay, bombshell number 2, the quiet part out loud. The same month, the same email chain, Epstein writes it to Stanley and Erdos, who says, quote, the tension is making money from a charitable organization. Therefore, the money-making parts need to be arm's length. The architect of this structure, convicted of sex crimes against minors, is explicitly acknowledging that the vehicle was designed to generate profit under the legal cover of charity. Something strange is happening with this.
And that's why I want to leave that. That's we're getting close to back where we were, y'all. So we've laid a nice foundation to where we left off, linking Epstein to Adolf Hitler and the family. The Epsteins is one of the oldest Illuminati families who ruled the world during the 1910s and the 1900s through central and global international banking. Okay, they also literally raised Adolf Hitler and funded his existence. You know what I mean? And so we did good at that. Now we can transition to what I want to deal with, which is more so the actual programs that the Nazis ran, including Project Bluebeam, okay, Operation Blue Book, okay. I know somebody in the chat mentioned Operation Paperclip. So yeah, so what we're gonna do now is dive in deeper with my man. Y'all remember the whistleblower, Alex Jones? Check it out.
Where's for combos?
Oh, I don't have.
I hate these commercials, bro. All right, so let's go.
Tell me how the connection between aliens and the Nazis took place. When did all this start?
Let me begin. Because this is really, I'm telling you, this is a real deal.
I believe you.
This is, you ask, who are they? It's people who are psychically, genetically available to interface in this incredibly diverse universe with all these dimensions above and below and all around us with consciousnesses. And the truth is, no energy is ever destroyed. It all continues on. The truth is, our bodies, this is a fact, are a communal hive organism of all of our ancestors and all of their race memories, but not in just some compressed epigenetic system. It's beyond that. It's an electrochemical antenna, they've proven this, that connects to higher and lower dimensions. So our bodysuit Because our predecessors would put us in a position without giving us a bodysuit that is them. Our families are loving us. They're holding us. They're wrapped all around us. Their strength, their will, their bad, their good, their sins, the good things they did, the battles they won, the battles they lost, the woman they loved, the man they loved. It's all in us. All these people, it's why we're able to look into so many.
And check in with the family. Y'all all right? Everybody good? Everybody all right? Checking in with y'all. I just want to make sure everybody good. This is out of love, y'all. I'm going to keep doing this. They done lit a fire in my ass. Taking down our first channel when we were cooking like that. Oh, yeah. You don't have to do better than that. So let's go, y'all. We almost caught up. My boy, Dante, I'm glad. I hope everybody good. Let's go.
Things and have so many different experiences. And so all the shaman, all the ancient religions, everybody says there are the good ones and there are the bad ones, and people are interfacing. So you say, where does it begin? From the Tibetans to the Mesoamericans to the Egyptians to the Druids to every ancient society describes the same thing. There are bad things that look like elves that have horns when they show you who they really are, and there are good things, but they don't contact you unless you contact them, and then they're almost not even concerned with what you're doing. I never bought into this, looked into it. But then I began to think about what did I hear when I was a kid? What did I see? What was coming out of government documents? What was being admitted? When I read all these books about World War II and the Nazis and Hitler obsessed with the Dalai Lama and the Tibetans and what they were able to do without drugs to interface with this.
See, Hitler was a master magician and a master alchemist. Okay? The word chemist is rooted in the word alchemist. Look it up. Look up alchemist and look up the word chemist. The word chemist is in alchemist, okay? Which is dealing with the ancient elements that can be broke down in different properties, okay? He was a master magician who also studied the works of Merlin and King Arthur in the Round Table, the Knights of the Round Table. Okay, let's continue. Oh, also the swastika that the Nazis used that's on their flag, the swastika. The swastika was not invented by the Nazis. The swastika is an Eastern symbol that was used in Africa and that was used in central India. So for whoever served Brahma in India, their ancient sign is the swastika. Okay? Okay, let's continue.
And all the rituals they would do, and how they would believe that beyond the ether, like Skull and Bones is a German death cult, they do rituals and take drugs to talk to the goddesses. Well, they're just appearing as, sexy, beautiful women. It's whatever you want as these spirit guides, because lower entities will come in and violate your free will. God and his angels, which are below him, will not get involved in your everyday life. They will not manipulate your free will unless you ask them in. But the devil masquerades as an angel of light. So we're on this planet, the third dimension, which is a launch pad to all the other dimensions below and above. The third dimension, all the mathematics shows, is the primal.
We are in the third dimension, which is called a 3D. There are 12 and 13 and 14 dimensions, okay? So now we start to get into interdimensional beings, okay? AKA demons or angels or what have you, okay? Now we're dealing with sacred geometry, like the flower of life that emanates the tetrahedron, which is an interdimensional shape. Now we're dealing with the idea of multiple realities in the metaverse, quantum physics, okay? Let's continue.
Of where all this happens. The Earth's like an egg, and we've got all this potentiality, and God will send out a transmission for a larger plan, but evil's willing to come in, and what does it say? Demoralize, get rid of children, don't have kids, humans are bad, we'll be better once you're all gone. And it's because it's their operational mission.
You said don't have kids. We're talking about now stem cell research and abortion rates, okay? Now, stem cell research is essential for the genetics agenda that they're pushing, which was started in Nazi Germany, okay? So when we're dealing with the idea and the colloquialism of white supremacy, we have to first think science. We were always under case study. We were always under observation for in the name of science. So even with the extermination of Jews or the small hats in Nazi Germany, Adolf Hitler did all these scientific experiments that was unhumane and never got charged or brought in by the UN. But allegedly, Epstein's family helped him escape to Argentina, okay? Changed his name, changed his identity, plastic surgery, the whole nine. Now, let's get back into it.
For whatever reason, then we'll understand.
Oh, yeah. I just want to let you know, even with this, going back to the stem cell research, the stem cell research is important because now we're dealing with abortion. Now, the strongest stem cells come from underage black girls that got pregnant. So they pushed the abortion rates and made it convenient for black girls who are under the age of 16 who got pregnant. They gave you an incentive to abort the baby. But they didn't tell you that the stem cell research was permanent when they started to dissect the fetus, and pretty much they found out we were the strongest gene. We were the strongest gene in their experiments dealing with stem cells through abortion. Okay? Let's continue. Y'all all right? Everybody good? Let's go.
Later, what's going on? So the Nazis, we get in the deep literature, they believed they were basically seancing and being possessed by entities that, I mean, it was before the Nazis. For whatever reason, it was the Germans that this happened to, and the Swiss. Like, they didn't discover LSD in the 30s. These people were running the psychology departments. They were interfacing with the occult. They were involved in all this crazy stuff. And it was all about their power and how great they were going to be. And the Germans were seduced. And they were seduced because they had high IQs, but more than that, they were psychically connected to each other and would work like robots. The Chinese and the EU want robots to replace us because they'll follow orders. And the Chinese are very conscious when they're conscious. They're also very robotic. But the Germans are just as robotic. So this entity system picked Germans as his attempt, even in World War I, World War II, and it was manipulating the Brits as well, and offering them technologies, but two different paths. One was social control and also other stuff with the Brits. The other was high-tech weapons, systems, interdimensional with the Germans. And so whoever these players are, and you can dial into it, it's very dangerous. They're manipulating the British arm versus the German arm, and then they've got the Chinese arm that's almost seen like their robot army. And so when you study it, the globalists go to these events and they take bigger and bigger doses of drugs. They do electroshock. If you go back to the owners of Time Life books, didn't work just in the 20s and 30s in Dallas.
And this is all experiments that were conducted on what we know the small hats, the Jews, okay? Shock experiments, mind-altering medicine and chemicals, induced drugs, okay? As well as the gas chambers for the extermination of Jews. Over a million Jews were exterminated, y'all. Not gonna give into the specific number, but a safe number we're gonna deal with. Over 1 million Jews were exterminated through the Nazi regime. Let's go.
And other hallucinogens. An apothecary, they were getting electroshock. They were having people turn their heart off to like try to communicate with these things to try to be dominant and get that. So you go back thousands of years, Merlin, the archetypal or
there you go.
These magicians.
He just said it. Merlin. Merlin was the magician alongside King Arthur in the Knight's Table. but it's really the Knights Templar, okay? First, you had the 1609 papal bull issued by the Catholic Church to push the agenda of what we call Freemasonry. Then out of that order, the Catholic Church were pretty much in financial position to create a militia, okay? To create a religious militia to protect the Vatican Church called the Knights Templar. Okay? AKA King Arthur and the Knights Table. Okay? Let's continue. Y'all all right? Everybody good? Let's go.
Their heart off to like try to communicate with these things, to try to be dominant and get that. So you go back thousands of years, Merlin, the archetypal, or these magicians or these wizards are taking drugs in these temples and interfacing.
You hear that? I said Knights Templar. Merlin. I just told you. Now, Adolf Hitler is in this elite occult group. Aleister Crowley. Okay? Aleister Crowley is the head, I ain't gonna go too much into Aleister Crowley. But anyway, he was in charge of the Illuminati. Okay? Now, I know a lot of y'all are well versed and know who Aleister Crowley is, okay? Well, he was a magician as well. So was Adolf Hitler. Was a master magician and occultist who used religion and the Bible to push the propaganda of white supremacy. Okay? Let's continue. Hope everybody's good.
Well, these palantirs, these crystal balls, which aren't really crystal balls, it's their psychic focus of an interdimensional connection while they're on drugs looking into glass to then be able to see the future and understand what's happening to give them temporal power over this planet. But like the Bible tells you, any pharmakia or any of that always leads to destruction because only
Hold on, you see that Buddha on the table? Then I was telling you the last live during the East, you had Buddha, you had Jesus Christ, the worship of Yahweh, and then you had Allah, okay, which was represented in Africa. So these three essential key figures, and we could deal with down the road Vishra and other entities. They all represented the idea of monotheism. Monotheism only simply means the worship of one supreme God versus multiple gods. Mono meaning one. Monotheism. Theism meaning religion. Okay? Let's go. Your theology, as you will. Let's
I come through that way.
From home updates to major repairs.
Bro, I hate commercials, man. They won't let you skip them jokes, bro.
So we're basically have these light sockets. We can't jack into the higher unless it's our free will, and that takes time. We jack in to the evil. So you can jack into evil, you can't jack into good right away. So it's quicker, it's easier, like Yoda says about Darth Vader. Quicker, easier, more seductive. And so then I remember being a kid, and my parents, they were really getting mad about this, whatever. They didn't even know what they were hearing at the time. But they had friends that they knew at UT that were involved in research projects. And then they were, and 9 times out of 10, I heard about research projects in San Francisco. UT has some, MIT has a lot, and taught me anytime you want. But this was in like the 60s. They had virtual reality gloves where you'd put them on and put goggles on, and you'd go into stuff that looked like the holodeck from Star Trek 20 years before it existed. And they were doing surgeries and all this, and they would do empathy loads where they'd say, we need the public because we're so weak, because the West is so strong. People haven't had trauma, so they sold them low level. Oh, we're going to create trauma. Like when you go to Mars, you're not getting any gravity, so your heart's still good when you get there.
Who's organizing all this?
Well, they don't tell you. They go, oh, it's a special class you've been into. So in the 60s, they had
So there's a special class of people that are organizing all this shit.
It's the highest scores.
But is it for what purpose?
Well, you don't know.
Financial gain, social status.
Spiritual.
Jack Parsons, was he?
Jet Propulsion Laboratory, Aleister Crowley, Devil Worship. Exactly.
Aleister Crowley, devil worship. No, he weak. They're talking about anti-propulsion, anti-gravity devices.
Well, you don't know.
They were getting into flying saucers and reverse engineering of flying saucers and shit. That's what they're talking about. Laboratory. All neo-Nazi shit. This is all programs, secret programs that are ran in Nazis, which the U.S. had no privy to until they invaded. That is the only reason why they cared about the Jews. They needed something to justify going in there because the United States was out of the World War. The World War kicked off, and it did not involve the United States until they got intel on just what the hell the Nazis were really doing, and the United States was intrigued by it. So we had to come up with some type of justification to get involved, and so that's why we took on the Jews. It was like the small hats. That it's inhumane and what the Jews are going through, and the disenfranchisement of Jews that are in Poland, Austria, Switzerland. So the world domination that Hitler had going on, United States was like, no, that ain't right that they're doing the Jews. Meanwhile, we were only interested in their research in extraterrestrials. Go figure. Let's continue. Y'all all right? Everybody good? Cool. Let's go.
Jack Parsons, was he?
Jet Propulsion Laboratory, Aleister Crowley, Devil Worship. Exactly.
So he mentions Aleister Crowley, another magician, which was a 33-degree Mason. Look it up. Aleister Crowley was a 33-degree Mason. That's the highest level of masonry that you can go before you enter the occult, or what they call the abyss, where you completely lose your mind. Y'all want a picture of Aleister Crowley? This is Adolf Hitler's mentor. Aleister Crowley. You see that? Aleister Crowley was born October 12th, 1875, and died December 1st, 1947. Okay? Trying to get some there we go. Y'all see that? Now, if y'all want more in-depth research, read the book, The Pale Horse. Okay? That's Aleister Crowley. Y'all see the devil worship, right? Y'all see the Baphomet star, right? Y'all see the Freemasonry galleon, right? He lost his mind. He went mad. This was Adolf Hitler's mentor, the master magician, the leader of the Freemasonry and the Satanic Church. There he is. Okay. Now, he was given insight and told Hitler, this is what you do. You use this symbol to push your agenda, but the energy behind it you keep secret. Only the initiated of the occult can know what's really going on.
So you're saying
Aleister
Jack?
Crowley over 100 years ago.
Listen to this.
Those
How crazy is
the
this?
aliens get the point.
All right. So let's start
It's the
again.
people that are organizing all this shit for
It's the
what?
highest scores.
But is it for what
Well,
purpose?
you don't know. That's what I'm
Financial
telling you.
gain, social
no,
status?
spiritual.
Jack Parsons, was he?
Jet Propulsion Laboratory, Aleister Crowley, Devil Worship. Exactly.
Okay, so wait a minute. So you're saying
Aleister
Jack?
Crowley over 100 years ago.
Listen to this.
Those
How crazy is
the
this?
aliens get the point.
The founder of JPL, Jack Parsons. Have you heard this before?
No, I just can't believe I didn't want to have Alex on the
No,
podcast.
but have you ever heard that one?
Look, he just reminded me why I didn't want Alex Jones on the podcast. Because Alex Jones is crazy, bro. Alex Jones was our whistleblower before Joe Reagan. And what happened with Alex Jones is when he said that a mass shooting of that elementary school was a hoax, every child victim's parents launched a civil suit of $1 million. So he had to pay over $30 million of his own money to these victims because he said that the school shooting was a hoax. And they shut him down. He's finally coming back out and stuff. So I thought that was interesting. Let's go.
Just let me say this. I'm not trying to take over, but do your turn. But I'm not bullshitting you. Okay, I'm telling you this stuff. I don't believe in this. Okay,
There it is, right there.
There it is.
This was patented in 1957.
This is patented in 1957. Introducing the Sensorama. And we getting very close to where we ended at, which is awesome, man. And I appreciate everybody for hanging in there with me, trying to see this thing with me to the end. They shut down the first video we were doing, but we are back stronger here, better than ever. And yo, no weapon formed against us shall prosper in Jesus' name. Amen. Introducing Sensorama, the revolutionary motion picture system that takes you into another world with 3D, which is your reality, which is our reality, which governs us all, wide vision, motion, color, stereo sound, aroma, shit you can smell, wind, shit you can feel, and vibration. In 1957, this came out. Post World War II. Yep.
VR machine.
Exactly. No, exactly.
That's crazy.
So I've talked to people, not just family.
Holy shit.
And
Gives you wind, vibration, aroma, stereo sound, color, motion, wide vision, and 3D, three-dimensional.
let me tell you, they wore a mask in the 60s and 70s that was already like you see like paper thin TV screens.
Mm-hmm.
And it was already, I talked to them, they said, there's no way this was human technology.
So you've seen these foldable phones?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the aliens have already taken over Samsung and Huawei.
Yeah,
So
they're
shit.
Do
Do you think the aliens are taking over Samsung? Do they have something to do with Samsung?
Well, obviously, that's what I'm telling you is the Pentagon isn't worried about
What is all
astronauts.
this, Jamie?
This is the patent.
Wow. And notice that's the waste of the 60s.
I believe 1957.
So notice that's exactly what that's what my dad told me.
That's what our HTC Vive looks like when you have it in the
Today, so you know this is big. My dad didn't tell me this until he saw Endgame, and he said, "No, son, we had virtual reality goggles, and we had CD-ROM, and we had things, and then something else happened, and I'm not at liberty to get into it, but I was shown 3 years ago what the University of Washington was doing under Bill Gates, and this is in the 90s."
In the 90s, they had secret programs that were ran by Bill Gates. And now all of a sudden, he's the sole proprietor of Microsoft. This is during the 90s, okay?
What were they doing?
What do you do? They don't even know what they're being given. It's intravenous.
So you think it's some sort of alien intervention type shit?
Dude, they to get even deeper, they turn your heart off for 5 minutes and they pump oxygen into your body. And you're in the meetings. I've talked to people that are involved, I mean, top scientists. and you're in the meetings with freaking aliens. Elves is the main group. But they're
So by shutting your heart,
Yeah, and so that's called Operation Blue Book. The interview with aliens that he's talking about, which they stop your heart, but pump chemicals in your bloodstream, including oxygen and hallucinogens, to actually interact with these beings. And what I'm gonna do after I play all the Alex Jones stuff, I am going to show you the actual interview of the aliens from Project Blue Book. Okay? So we're gonna get through this first. And the reason why this is significant, family, I felt like the Lord was gave me the ability to allow to bring relevance to the Nazi Party, Epstein, which Epstein's family during this time, 1900s, ran the whole world. Hitler was a poor, pissy, a damn orphan that had no place to go, no place to eat, and Epstein, off of his table scraps and very little, helped Adolf survive. But it didn't sit well with Adolf because he knew he didn't like the construct during that time. Okay? But I wanted to tie in the neo-Nazi white supremacy mindset with the Jeffrey Epstein mindset. Now we're getting into why did we intervene in the World War once we found out that Germans were experimenting and exterminating Jews. We're getting to the nitty-gritty of it all. Extraterrestrials, UFOs, and UFAs, okay? Let's go.
off, it makes you have that psychedelic experience by keeping blood in your oxygen. It keeps you alive.
Well, let's explain.
Okay.
The heart goes out, the body thinks it's dead.
Right.
So you can stay in longer. I don't know all the science behind it.
I understand.
But let's explain this. When you've taken DMT or ayahuasca 200 times, like most of our astronauts and test pilots aren't flying planes. Those are robots now. It's all mind war. So these dudes are like, it stops working once you've taken it hundreds of times. So then they start taking their most psychic people who are able to do this, and they turn their heart off. And then they put them into these events, and it's like the things that aliens tell them, they come out and they tell scientists, and it works. So,
like what kind of shit?
They didn't tell, let me tell you, kill for this stuff, Joe. This is the only thing that won't be off the air. Because when I
hear that, he said, Joe, this type of shit you'll get killed for. Why you think they want me off the air? Ain't that what they did to us? Then they kick us the fuck off. But we right back. Let's go.
I finally figured this out because I never touched aliens. I kind of knew the whole thing already. Here's what I'm telling you about. When I was a kid, 8, 9, whatever it was, this lady would come over that had known my parents since UT and was involved, and she'd talk about, yeah, we call it the Psychedelic Research Institute, whatever the name was, but it's really a CIA deal, and we just can't find people that can handle it. They're going in, the elves want this, and the elves want us to basically reduce population and agree to these certain plans, and it's all of dehumanization. And they call them the elves, the Clockwork Elves. And they're like, yeah, and I'm listening to my parents who are like 7 years old, like, they don't think you're listening, talking about, well, this is what the elves want, and this is what they're going to do. And the thing is, it's not my parents aren't that special.
The elves is a code word for aliens. Let's go.
Go out to San Francisco. That's all there is, dude. It's a cult, man. All these guys you know from San Francisco, dude. You look at the head of Google or YouTube or freaking Apple. He's on TV.
The CEO of the platform we on right now. This is what he's talking about.
I'm cooking. His eyes are this big under lights, man. These guys are on stuff that like nobody even knows.
What do you think they're on?
Stuff they've been given. I mean, I know people at UT. They won't tell me specifically, but I was telling you.
The dude who owns YouTube, who's that guy? What's his name?
Maybe it's a girl, you sexist pig.
No,
it's like him.
It's Alphabet. Alphabet's the parent company.
Maybe it's a Zur.
Take
It's not one dude. There's not like a Jack Dorsey of YouTube.
Take Sundar Pichai. He goes in Congress. I'm there.
He's the CEO of YouTube?
He's the CEO of Google.
Google, sorry.
And he's literally on TV going, we never fixed the result. We don't spy on anybody. There is no surveillance. And you got all these old white men. And I'm not saying white men to be trendy. It's all a bunch of old dumbass white men and a couple of dumbass old Mexican and black ladies. They're all dumb, whatever color they are. Going, so you don't spy on it or control it. Meanwhile, their own prospectus to their shareholders is how they control it all, how they're going to deliver maximum profit. And Sundar's like, yes, it is true. We have never controlled the search results. And it's just, I'm just listening to pure lies. Meanwhile, this guy's only the front guy of Eric Schmidt, and God knows what they're into.
Has it been proven that Google does something to alter search results? I'm asking because I don't know. I'm not asking to fuck with you.
Yeah, no.
What did they do?
Google itself is about if you pay them, they put your results at the top. Just like Facebook.
Okay, well that's definitely altering search results. So what he said was not true. If you can pay,
it's like saying water ain't wet, Joe. I know you know all this stuff.
No, I don't know that. I don't know that. No, listen, I'm honest about what I don't know. I know some things, but there's a lot of fucking holes in my knowledge base. That's a fact.
Well, you know that they try to block my name and direct it toward negative stuff.
I'm sure they do. If they do manipulate.
All they do is the negative. You attack me, it's digital currency. You go to the top and they pay you money.
Right.
So let me everybody a little tip watching. Attack me, lie about me, go to the top, and you lose your soul.
Damn. Okay. We got more. Cause my man cooking here. Come on, Alex. Everybody all right? Everybody good? Cool, man. I appreciate everybody for being here. Like I said, we were on a road. They took down the video, but guess what? We literally came right back with another one, and y'all came in here and supported me and stuck with me through all of this, man. Thank you so much for the likes. Thank you for the comments. Thank you for everybody who came in here, yo. And I promise, once we catch up, I'm gonna start engaging with y'all again through the comments, but I had to catch us back up. Let's go.
They did pull the plug in this podcast.
Everybody's scared of pulling the plug in. Let's go.
The Bible says, the Old Testament, New Testament, which is pretty powerful. I know people misinterpret it all, but it's ancient text. The people are there. Like you read Ezekiel, like 3 burning wheels land.
Yeah.
There's a blue firmament over its head. It gives me something to take. I take it, and I'm given the full data of the plan that the genetics has been infested, and God must destroy everyone.
You think that's an alien story?
Oh, it's 100%. But
that's what they always talk about. They always talk about that being an alien story. That's one of the primary.
Bingo. That's what they're talking about. They're talking about the. Hold on for a second. I'm back, y'all. Pretty much, Ezekiel, excuse me, y'all. Ezekiel deals with, it deals with the alien story, the wheel in the middle of the wheel. So when you read about the, when you deal with Ezekiel in the book, it definitely talks about alien life forms and alien spacecraft, and it talks about the valley of the dry bones. Okay, so hold on for a second. I'm back, y'all.
Stories when we talk about the Bible, Ezekiel's vision, a wheel within a wheel. They always talk.
If you read it, it says floating off the ground in the Hebrew.
Yeah.
And the King James is pretty clear too. Floating comes a thing with a crystal firmament over its head. And then the face is shifting different creatures. It's like a video screen.
Well, if you think about how long it would take for an alien to get here, it really only makes sense that unless they have a constant base.
They send a robot.
They visit, or if they came by themselves, they came by themselves a long fucking time ago. Like if they were able to make interstellar travel like 3,000 years ago, which is not that big of a leap. If you think about us 3,000 years from now, we probably can do something like that, right? So if they were doing that 3,000 years ago and they found human beings, and these are the stories that we have, these stories like Ezekiel and like there's a bunch of different ancient stories about contact with the skies. You know, the ancient Hindu text.
Revelation.
Yes.
There's a world government. The beast is 50 feet tall. It shifts. Everyone can see it at the same time. It's a hologram. And you've got these digital systems. If you don't go along with it, you can't buy or sell.
Now he's talking about Project Bluebeam. Okay? Project Bluebeam deals with 50 and 100 feet hologram images. Okay? Now, Project Bluebeam literally deals with an operation set to have one world event where it's going to unite all of humanity through one common goal, through one cause. Okay? So we're going to get more into that, man. I appreciate everybody for just hanging in there, sticking with me, man. Y'all could be doing a whole lot more other things, but like I said, they shut down the first channel, but I'm sorry, not the channel, but the video. But we're back here trying to catch up, so we're this close. So I just want to tell everybody I really, 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 really appreciate you. I really do, from the bottom of my heart, man. This is a passion of mine. I felt led to do this, and in spite of the circumstances, yo, we ain't going nowhere. Okay? All right, let's go.
Yeah.
People say, oh, that's not real, but it's manifesting.
And then go 2,000 years in the future, they have advanced technology. They don't send people anymore. Now they send aliens. If you go back to the old days, it was actually some sort of humanoid or a large thing, like all the Zechariah Sitchin shit that covers in Sumerian text.
Exactly. That's what...
it makes sense.
That's what all those guys are telling you, like Avatar. James Cameron's definitely dialed in. It's like, no, we're jacking in.
Well, it makes sense that if there was a visitor to this planet 5, 10, 15,000 years ago, if there was, maybe more, maybe if there was a visitor hundreds of thousands of years ago that actually did genetic experiments on lower hominids, if that was really the case, it makes sense that their technology would increase far more rapidly.
But let's go past that. Obviously, scientists like to plant things, gardeners like to plant things, but Joe, that's exactly what the globalists believe. Is that
maybe they're just aware of what the fuck's going on? They're as powerless as we are. If they're really,
I agree. More and more, they only put soulless people in charge who are compartmentalized. Nobody else knows who will carry this out. But we're able, because we're advanced, to look at this. Because let's just get down to brass tacks.
Tax. I love tax.
Well, no, Joe, you just said it. Instead of some weird, dumb preacher, you know, in Alabama, I'm bashing Alabama, saying stuff, you get mad at this. Don't look at why it's so demonized. Look at why it's demonized. Think about that.
Right.
Think about how it says that there's no reality and God creates a whole new virtual reality, gives light, does all of it, and then his genetic experiment by rogue elements gets involved. It's all right there. When you actually look at it and you expand on it, and you're like, oh my God, this is like beyond a science fiction book. And so it's the obvious thing. That's why they keep telling us, oh, look, Piltdown, man, all this fake stuff. No, Joe. They did an accelerated mutagenic, they're doing it to us now, it's something new. They did an accelerated mutagenic program on this planet. And humanity, well, what does the Bible start with? It says, we are made in the image of God. What does that mean? We don't have God's knowledge. We don't have God's advancement. We're the image. Well, what is an image? It's a scan. It's numbers. It's the genetics. It's the potential. So we are the aliens, Joe, and everybody already knows this. We are the aliens.
Do you think that we are a product of alien intervention? They took these lower hominids and they accelerated their evolution by applying their genetics?
Sounds like AI and melanin integration. That's that Project Hail Mary I was telling y'all about. There it go. That's the movie. I suggest y'all go check it out when it come out. Project Hail Mary. Wow. It come out on the 20th. Dang on commercials.
Home of the
Come on. Jesus. Everybody good?
Here's the deal. They say we're 97% chimpanzee, but then they actually get into the deeper genetics. We're closer to pigs or rats. So I think that this was an environment built for us. We're the master genetic program, and they're all subsets of us, just for a backstory. And that's what the globalists think.
Yeah, but do you think that the aliens created us? Like, this is like one of the primary...
Here's what the elite believes. The elves are biological androids, the Greys. And then there's other systems going on, and no one knows, because it's all warfare, psychological stuff. No one knows the truth, because it's virtual reality once you get to that level, so no one knows. We just know we're advanced, but we are, and I want to say this to everybody feel powerful. The globalists are obsessed, the elites are obsessed, because reportedly, obviously, humans are pretty freaking cool. We've got some big giant mission, and maybe that's a program, I don't know, that we're like pretty super advanced, but you can't put something out like the Spartans, where when their kids were 7, they throw them out for 2 years in the woods. You can't just put something out like liberals. You give everybody everything, they're little assholes. So this is like boot camp and training, and so they have to test us and do all this. And basically, this planet is what the people say. It's a big testing ground for other things that are going to come. And we are it. We are God. And I don't mean I'm God. I'm already God.
Y'all heard that? It's a test. And I said it earlier. Everything involving us is a test, and we're always under constant surveillance, and it's all in the name of science and research. Let's go.
I've achieved godhood, because you can see that potential in yourself, and the lower level elves will tell you that, because they already know you're badass.
The lower level elves are AKA the aliens. Okay, now we're talking about alien races, and particularly the Greys. The Greys. Okay. Let's go.
But if they can trick a tadpole that's going to grow into Godzilla to go kill itself, they're winning. So the elves are a test. The elves are a test on us to attack us and see the survival of the fittest. But they're nothing. They're like, by the time we achieve consciousness, we're looking back and go, we're not even looking at that. Because I think when you jump to the next level, there's an even bigger war going on.
What's the biggest war?
Consciousness in the universe is an interdimensional spacecraft. Beyond that looks like a comet.
Did you hear that? Yo, he's saying consciousness is an interdimensional spacecraft, which goes back to the orb that I was showing you on my phone that y'all were looking at. That little light in the sky that was dancing and moving and all that type. And this is my opinion now, and I'll show it again. The orb and shit. This is the interdimensional spacecraft that he was talking about. Okay? There's another picture of it. He said it's an interdimensional spacecraft that looks like a comet. Yeah? Look at that. This is why the video on my phone that I was showing y'all was significant. And I think it was you, Dante, was like, yo, that joint moving. Yeah. Look at it, y'all. This is from my phone. Right outside. Oh, yeah. Check that out. So yeah, man. This is under the Fair Use Act, Section 107. Okay, this is strictly for entertainment purposes only. Okay. All right, let's go.
From my research, and it has its head, it has its corona.
That's consciousness?
Consciousness. It carries evil in the tail end.
So consciousness has a location?
No, there is this giant consciousness that's God.
Okay.
Swimming in a giant system of survival of the fittest that God has created to test God's self. Okay, and it looks like a comet. So you got God's consciousness and all the good things, the knowledge going forward, but God knows that everybody has to be tested. So the tail goes out, and at the end of the tail is basically evil. That's why Christ says, "Get behind me, Satan." And it's always trying to test God and infiltrate up into it to sabotage him. Damn.
So pretty much he's saying that the God, what we know to be as God is a consciousness. It's an interdimensional spaceship, okay? That's in the shape of a comet, okay? And in that, the tail of the comet is the testing. And at the end of that tail is the evil trying to come back up through the tail in consciousness. It reminds me of the Sentinels on the Matrix, the movie The Matrix, okay? Let's continue.
They do pull the plug in this podcast. This is a good way to end this motherfucker.
Yeah, hey, look, and he even said it. Once we start talking, because they messing with my channel now. I'm telling you, they blocking the comments again. That's what I'm saying. Like, once we start, and this was the same area that they shut us down last time. Once you start talking about God consciousness, once you start talking about how the way he's describing it as God's consciousness, the comet, it can only be revealed through the inside. So for me to be able to get that footage lets me know that it wanted me to see it. But when I was recording it, y'all saw that it was trying to hide. It was trying to hide between the bushes. It kept moving. Y'all remember? Hey, Sean, I'm telling you, they keep kicking him off because he's showing the truth. Yeah, yo. And this particular truth, there, like I said earlier, you can talk about some things, but some things that is off limits. And the image of God, talking about God consciousness, as opposed to like the evil and how evil works, they don't want me to talk about that. But I got it on my phone. And it matches exactly what he was saying. And I was trying to like, yo, I immediately start praying and give God the praise. When I saw it, I'll play it on a video I record. I was like, God, I thank you, Lord. I worship you. Because I knew what I was looking at was something bigger than myself. I ain't gonna say I saw God. But what I am telling you is what he's describing as an interdimensional spaceship shaped like a comet matches what I saw and what I recorded on my phone, which made me fall to my knees immediately. Yes, y'all. Thank you, Sabrina. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Dante. Thank you, 18. Thank you, everybody. And I love y'all. This is out of love, y'all. This is out of love. This is out of love. Now, mind you, look at how far it's away from the trees. See it try to move? You see it try to move? When I try to start recording it, right? It's like it literally try to move. It's moving. Look how slow it's moving. That's not my phone moving. That's the object moving, y'all. Look at that. This is that God, the internet, that interdimensional ship that he was talking about. That's shaped like a comet. I believe that's what I was looking at. And it's consciousness. It's a consciousness. Now look what's illuminated outside. What's them flames and shit? Y'all see that? It's live footage, yo. Go a little bit down the line. Okay. Boom. Okay, now. More footage. Look at that bitch move! I believe it was looking right back at me. The way I was looking at it, it had a clear vision in my car. The bitch could count the damn pimples on my face. Thank you, Sabrina. Thank everybody, yo. This live footage from my phone. This is for entertainment purposes only. Under the Fair Use Act, Section 107, y'all. I zoomed in on it. I tried to zoom in. At this time, it's very dark outside. So that explains the fuzz. I did, Sabrina. I put it in the description. Shit, thank y'all. Thank you, Sabrina. Thank everybody, man. I recorded this myself, y'all. It was cold as hell. It was cold. So you know I ain't want to put that window down. I'm talking about the dead of winter in December, bro. Cold as hell. But I wanted to get the best footage I could, so I put that window down anyway and put the heat on blast. But I wasn't about to miss this. Look, y'all. It ain't even fully dark like that. But look how bright it is. And look at it keep illuminate. Look how big it get and get smaller and shit. It was messing my mind up, yo. Thank you, Dante. It keep moving, bro. I'm glad you see it, bro. Dante, I'm so glad. Oh, that bitch right now. Woo! Hold on. Y'all missed it. Y'all missed it. Look at it, how fast it dropped. Look. So I zoomed in. Look what happened when I zoomed in. Boom! Y'all see it drop down? Ooh! You see it moving. Y'all see it moving. Oh my God. Look at this. Y'all see it moving, yo? Look at that shit. Look at that, y'all. Look. Look at it, y'all. It's moving. It's moving. And look how it looked when you zoom in on it real good. Look at the outside like it's on fire or some shit. Like plasma. Look at that. Look. What is that? Look how I move. Look how I'm trying to move. Y'all see that bitch dancing? Y'all see this? Are y'all looking at this? It allowed me to see it, y'all. That's how I felt. It was trying to. Oh shit, that bitch fast. Look at it. Look at it close. What the hell is that, yo? What is that? Look at it moving, y'all. Oh shit. What the fuck? Oh! Y'all see this junk moving, man. Yeah, Sean. So I zoom out just to try to catch his movements, you know? Damn. Damn, damn, damn. Damn. Look at the outside, bro. Like it's going crazy. Ooh, look at that bit when you zoom out of it. How that bit glowing. What in the hell is going on around it? Look at that. Look at the outside of it. Look at what it's doing. The fuck? And mind you, I'm not zooming in and out like that. It's the way it's illuminating, bruh. Look how that bitch moving, bro. Yeah, mama. My mama in the chat. Yeah, mama. I recorded this 2 years ago in the dead of winter. I stood right outside. I won't go nowhere. I really think that's God. And to me, it matches what Alex Jones was talking about, how he was told that the consciousness of God is an interdimensional ship that looks like a comet. And I felt that at that time I was the only one could see it. I don't know why I'm talking so low. You see it go? Ooh, shit! That fast, yo. That thing fast. The way the movements are something like I never seen. Thank you, mama. That's my mama, y'all. She said she see it. Look at it move, y'all. Are y'all understanding that I'm not doing that with my phone? Y'all see how it's woo, woo, going back in and out? I'm not doing that. I'm not doing it. It was doing it. You see that? Getting bigger, smaller. I'm not doing that. I'm just trying to record. Look how small it got. And it gets bigger. I'm not zoom. I promise to God, I'm not zooming in and out like that, y'all. I'm not doing that. It's doing it. Look at that. I'm not, bruh. Check this out. I got more, bruh. Look how far away from the tree it is. I had to keep putting the window up because it was so damn cold. This the dead of December, y'all. Like I said, they shut the first video down because of this. But that's all right. I just want y'all to see something. Look how far it is away from the tree limbs. Okay? It's a clear vision from the tree limb to what I'm doing. Okay? It's not near the tree limb, right? Look at where it end up. Look, y'all. I zoomed out because I wanted y'all to really, look at the whole landscape. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Sabrina. So I'm zoomed all the way out, y'all. So I could track it because I saw it moving. See, it's still far away from the tree limbs, right? Meanwhile, everybody going about their life and shit is going on crazy in the sky. Look at this joint, bro. Look at it. Look at it, y'all. Look at it. Look. Look at it. Y'all see it? Okay. Look at it. Look, y'all. Look at it. It ain't near the tree limbs or nothing yet. It's starting to move. It's starting to move now. Once I zoomed in, it started moving. It's still away from the tree limbs now. Still good, clear vision. Y'all see it? Y'all see it descend a little bit? It's starting to go towards the trees. It won't even near the trees. Look, it's moving. It's slowly moving. Look, y'all. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Mm-hmm. Y'all heard what I said? I said it's an eye. I said it's an eye. Oh, y'all see it trying to move out of the camera angle? Yo, y'all see it moving, bro. Watch where it go now. Watch where it go. Watch where it goes. Okay, that's one video. Let me see the other one. Boom. Now look. Look how close it is to the tree now. Look at that. Look, look. What's that? What the fuck is that? Look, 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 look. Look at it. Trying to get my damn self together. Hold on. I got more. I got more. Look at how in the bushes it is at this point. Look, look, look. Look. That thing was in the middle of the sky. Now look at it. What is it doing? What is that? What is that? Look at that, bro. Look, look. It's about to disappear. Look. Disappearing in the trees. Look. Look how small it done got. Look. Ooh. Wee. Y'all see this? Look. Gone. She gone.
Just like that.
And just like that, it disappeared. Y'all hear me? You tell me.
That's intelligent.
It's intelligent. That's what I said.
Very intelligent.
Very intelligent.
When it's visible, it'll pop out.
Mm-hmm.
And when it don't want to be seen, it don't.
Y'all hear me?
And I just thank God for the honor and privilege.
I thank God. That's why I kept saying. That bitch completely gone. Gone. She gone. Gotta be careful.
Let's see.
Don't see it. She gone. That bit disappeared. Look, y'all.
You can't see it on the phone, but I can see it.
You see that? You hear what I said? You can't see it on the phone, but I can see it. Yeah, Sean. There you go. Look. Boom. Boom. There she go. She glowing again. Woo. And look what I kept saying. I love it. I was talking to it. I was talking to it as if I was talking to the Lord, saying, I love you. Please come back. I love you. And what it do? And what it do? You can't tell me I don't serve a good God. You can't tell me God ain't real. I was talking to it. I kept telling God, I love you. I love you. I love you. I just felt like it was a spiritual experience. And that bit popped right back in sight. Hold on. Look, nothing. I'm going to pause it. Nothing. Nothing. You saw me?
Just like that, it disappeared.
Just like that, it disappeared. Y'all, you tell me.
It's intelligent.
It's intelligent.
Very intelligent.
Very intelligent.
When it's visible,
When it's visible,
it'll pop out.
it'll pop out.
And when it don't want to be seen, it don't.
And when it don't want to be seen, it don't.
And I just thank God for the honor
And I just thank God for the honor and privilege. That's what I said. Absolutely. Hey, Lauren. Yo, this whole live is for you. This concept, this UFO concept. This some UFO personal footage for your ass. There you go. It's very small. Gotta be careful. It's gone. It's gone, right? Look, where's that? I'm all in the bushes trying to find it. Where'd it go? It was just so bright and shiny. But God, wait till I changed my language. And I kept saying, I love you. Lord, I love you. I appreciate you. Complimenting it. And you'll see what happens afterwards. I know you do, Lauren. You inspire me to do this. You hear me? Hold on. I said, you can't see it on the phone, but I can see it. That's what I said. It's very small. Look, this is the bushes. This is where it was. It's not there no more. But I saw it. It was so small, but I saw it. But it wasn't detectable on the phone. Right? So keep looking. There you go. Okay. I love you. I do. Y'all hear me? I worship you. Y'all see that? I love you. Yeah. Ooh, what the freak? I'm not zooming in and out, y'all. Y'all notice the trees don't change. The trees not zooming in and out. Look, and it's starting to fade away again. Look how small it's getting. The trees ain't the same. Look! It's gone! It's gone again! There it go. It'll peep out. Y'all see it? Y'all see it? I try to put my phone down to see if it was responding to me recording it. Because I said in the previous video that I think this thing is intelligent. Look, when I put my phone down, how it showed itself, revealed itself. But when I start to record it again, it gets smaller. See it through the bushes. That's what I said. Right, Dante. I don't know. Look, gone again. Look. Man, are y'all seeing this? Are y'all seeing this? Yeah, Lauren, I was in a spiritual state at this time. I was on my knees worshiping the Lord. Gone. She gone. Real small. Then it'll come back in. Ooh, god damn. Look at this shit. God. Boom. And look at where it started now. See what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Now here's actual pictures that I took of it. I'll show them again. There you go. It won't even near no trees. Look up, yo, it's dark outside. It's night. Look at how much light it's illuminating. That is making the sky blue. This is the dead and like the midnight. This is midnight, bro. Look at how blue the sky is. And look at the glow around it. Look at how bright it is. It look like a light bulb, bro. It look like a fluorescent light bulb. If I had to compare it to something. That's a good picture right there of it. Yeah, man. Incredible. Look how bright it is, bro. What is that, yo? Y'all see the trees, right? Y'all see how far away it was from the trees before it started moving? Y'all see that? Y'all see the bushes, right? Look at how far away it is from the bushes. But then when I started recording, it started going towards the bushes. Hold on. There it is, like far away. Look at how dark it is outside, y'all. That's to let y'all know I won't lying. Look how dark it is outside. Y'all see that? It's pitch black outside. But when you start recording it, bro, it's lighting up the whole sky. Like you could start to see the blue. It reminds me of like cosmic energy type. Oh shit, look, that bitch acting up. Look. Good God almighty. Ooh. Yeah, I was, Sabrina. Look at everything that's going on around it like it's radioactive. It's going crazy. Y'all see that? And y'all see the drone in the back? Y'all see that blinking light? That's a drone. It's saying hi to you. Well, I was nervous, boy. I immediately start praising the Lord. I sure did.
It's an eye.
You hear me say it's an eye. And it's moving. It's crazy, bro. Let's see. I'm gonna show you one more. Oh shit! Hey yo, look. This the best video. This the best video I got of it. I found something. This is the best video. This is very detailed. Now what I'm about to show y'all is the real deal of this particular object, yo. Check this out. Listen. Lauren says, have you ever seen the rainbow lights? Yeah. Those are, yup. Those rainbow lights were drones. Lights for the drones. But y'all ain't seen this shit though. Look at it.
That's the orb.
I said that's the orb.
It does look like plasma.
Y'all hear me talking? Look at it, yo. Very interesting. Look how far away that bitch is. Look how bright it is, bro. When you zoom out, y'all see all the trees and shit, right? I'm in my car. Y'all see I put the window down, right? It's pitch black. Look at how bright it is, bro. I just showed y'all how dark it is. But look how it's illuminating the light. Like you can still see the blue. This is like 12 o'clock at night, bro. I ain't playing. This wasn't like when the sun was going out. This is nighttime around. This is nighttime, yo. And the sun looked blue. I'm sorry, the sky looked blue. Ain't no sun nowhere, y'all. The sun gone down. And mind you, I'm not zooming in and out. It's doing that on its own. Y'all see how dark it is now, right? Y'all can see how dark it is outside now, right? Let you know I won't lie. But it's starting to move, and then when you zoom in on it, look how it look. What's that stuff on the outside of it? That's why I was like, it look plasma, like radio or something. There's some good footage of it right here. Y'all see the stuff going on around it? Look, it's spinning. It's like it's spinning. It reminds me of an atom. It reminds me of how an atom is with the electrons and protons and neutrons all circling and going crazy. It reminds me of an atom. Look at what's going on around that thing. Look at that, y'all. Are y'all seeing this? You see how it's just bobbing and weaving? Look. Ooh! Ooh, it's moving. It moved left to right. It's moved. Oh my God. Hold on. I gotta run that back. Check it out. How it moved from left to right. Look, y'all. It moved down a little bit. Look. It moved. Whoa! Fast. Shoot. Woo! So I'm trying to zoom out to catch it. And check this out. Look at it. Y'all see it move? Look, right? Y'all see it, right? Then it moved left. Boom! That's when I knew something was up. You hear me? I said, that's crazy. I'm in total shock, bro. Look at that shit, bro. It's going down. I keep saying, thank you, Lord. Thank you. This ain't no AI, yo. This is the real deal. Raw footage. Look at that bitch going crazy. Can you imagine seeing this with your naked eye? The camera lens and what I was seeing is a whole totally different experience. I wish I could describe what I saw with my naked eye looking at this. It's like blue flames. Look, when you zoom, there you go. Now you really get to see the flames or whatever that shit is. Well, I don't know what it is. Whatever spinning around on the outside of it, going crazy. Y'all see it moving, right? Ooh, shit. Look at that bitch. Y'all see it look like it's on fire or something, like some blue. It's like it's active, like. Look at that.
Help me with that last.
Look like a comet, bro. You know, yeah, it looked like a comet, like what Alex Jones was just saying.
How do I direct that energy?
Y'all hear me? How do I direct that energy? Shit, look at that shit, bruh. Look at that shit. Oh, shit. Y'all looking at what I'm looking at? And it's slowly moving down.
Yes.
Ooh, Ooh, shit, y'all. Look at that. That's real good footage there. And I'm not zooming in and out like that. It's doing that. It's illuminate like that. So I'm thinking when it's going in and out like that, it's zooming in on me. You know what I mean? How I zoomed in on it and how it was doing. I think it was zooming. We were looking at each other at the same time. That's my honest opinion, and I'm gonna stick with that. We were both observing each other to the point where he got sick of it, or it got sick of it and started hiding it and whatever. We were looking at each other. Look at it, y'all. It's like cosmic. It's so cosmic. And during this time, you had the drones flying around it with the green and the red indicators. Yeah. So, man, I just wanted to give y'all some footage. Look at how it is slowed down. I paused it. Look at it when I pause it, y'all. Y'all see the flames? Y'all see the flames? I'm going to show y'all one more time and I'm going to be done with it. And let him continue to cook. I'm sorry. I'm sorry it went this way, y'all. But anyway, that's it right there. It's dark outside, but the sky blue. 12 o'clock, 12 something o'clock at night. I'm talking about that bitch look like a light bulb, man. That bitch is lighting up the whole sky, bro. And that's a far away image of it. This is from my car. I'm gonna see if I can zoom in on it. Look at it from a zoom in. I zoomed in on the picture, right? Look. Okay. What else? Yeah. So I'm gonna leave it alone. But check this out. Okay. So I don't know. I'm gonna go back to what he said about God consciousness, so you could see why did I, you know what I mean? So check them out.
Going forward, but God knows that everybody has to be tested. So the tail goes out.
Okay, hold
on. No, there is this giant consciousness that's God.
Okay.
Swimming in a giant system of survival of the fittest that God has created to test God's self. Okay, and it looks like a comet. So you got God's consciousness and all the good things, the knowledge going forward, but God knows that everybody has to be tested.
Rewind it again. Hear what he said. God is an interdimensional spaceship. Okay? That looks like a comet.
This as a location?
No, there is this giant consciousness that's God.
Okay.
Swimming in a giant system of survival of the fittest that God has created to test.
So I'm going to go back before that when you talk about
consciousness in the universe is an interdimensional spacecraft. Beyond that looks like a comet from my research. And it has its head, it has its corona.
Consciousness?
Consciousness. It carries evil in the tail end.
So consciousness as a location?
No, there is this giant consciousness that's God.
Okay.
Swimming in a giant system of survival of the fittest that God has created to test God's self. Okay, and it looks like a comet. So you got God's consciousness and all the good things, the knowledge going forward, but God knows that everybody has to be tested. So the tail goes out. and at the end of the tail is basically evil. That's why Christ says, "Get behind me, Satan." And it's always trying to test God and infiltrate up into it to sabotage him.
Damn. They do pull the plug in this podcast. This is a good way to end this motherfucker.
Yeah.
If you're burnt out, want to
Like I said, yeah. So they pull the plug out on this one again. You know what it is, because they blocking the comments every time that I deal with God consciousness, bro. They don't even want you to see this. Every time I could talk about Epstein all day. I could talk about everything all day. But the moment I started talking about the God consciousness and it being looking like a comet and all this stuff he's saying, and then when I play my personal stuff on my phone, so I just got to make sure I say, man, this is for entertainment person usage under Section 107, man. That's all I can say.
I'm just saying, 1,300 and something if the fucking governments come in.
But you know, they love you because you're
No. You guys been talking about aliens so much, dude. Trust me, this is going to be one of the biggest YouTube videos of all time.
Is that the move, to talk about aliens as much as possible?
They love aliens. They love it. It's all over children's programs.
They want BS alien stuff where they come out of space. It's interdimensional, Eddie.
You hear what he said? That's where Project Bluebeam comes into play. They want you to think that there's some type of aliens and all this other shit that's outside, when the kingdom of God is in the inside. This is interdimensional shit. So when we're looking for on the outside for something, that's what's going to be what the government gives us. So again, this is for entertainment purposes only, educational purposes only, Section 107, okay? Fair Use Act, okay? Yeah, so the distraction is going to come from a project called Project Bluebeam. Operation Bluebeam, however you want to do it. And it deals with virtual reality. Translucent, transparent entities that are going to be astral projections that are not going to be real. So they're going to give you your threat to unite humanity, but it's not going to be real. The real extraterrestrial, the real whatever is within interdimensional beings, you know? Cree is crazy because, like I said, Cree, I've been on the already did a video about this, and the numbers was booming. We were booming, so I had to come back and redo this, Cree. That's all that was. That's the only reason why I'm still up here, is because I had to come back because they shut the first video down. They shut me down. That's the only reason why I'm here. I literally regurgitated everything off the first video that they shut me down. I just made sure I put the the disclaimer in the description this time because I didn't have it in there last time. Yep. That's exactly what happened. Y'all in the chat, y'all tell her that they shut it down. And like I said, man, only the faithful ones, man, that remained. I started it again, and people came right back in here again. They're trying to suppress this particular information when you're talking about God consciousness. They'll let you say all this other stuff about the conspiracy, Epstein files. They'll let you, but when you start talking about this, nope, that's a no-no.
The elite, Joe. The Pleiadians. That's what it sounds like.
Even Rogan said, yo, if they shut us down, this is a hell of a spot. That's what he said. Everybody knows this topic is off limits.
They really believe they're in contact with these things.
Well, maybe they are.
Well, describe what you saw on DMT, and you tell us.
You have these experiences where
Listen.
thoughts become patterns. They become like geometric patterns that are moving through space, and they change and shift, but they're letting you know that they know all your bullshit. They see right through you.
And they're saying thought is creation.
They want you to relax. Yes, there's a lot of that. There's a lot of thought is creation. Yes.
Yeah, but the only
Relax, Jesse, don't struggle.
I wouldn't call them aliens though. What I saw, I never referred to them as aliens.
But that's the term everyone knows. We're not of this world. Not of our average thing.
I would think it was aliens if it woke me up in the middle of the night and took me aboard a ship, and that's what I experienced. I would be 100% convinced that I went to an alien spaceship and I talked to these things. The difference is how it was like to smoke it and then lay back and then experience that is like I expected that progression of events. But if I woke up in the middle of the night, I was going to take a leak, and a light shone down through the bathroom, and they sucked me through the window, took me aboard a spaceship, and I saw the exact same thing that I saw while I was high on DMT, I'd be 100% convinced that I was in contact with aliens. The only difference is how I got there. Like, I got there through a drug. I got there through smoking something that's produced by the human brain that I knew was pretty safe. No one's ever died of it. I'm like, let's see what happens.
So that goes back to everyone I've talked to. In mass groups taking, particularly ayahuasca, they have group events and see the same things, hear the same things.
Yes.
Which is the psychic connection, but it's beyond that. You could argue, well, one person's a psychic leader. They projected everybody else's minds.
Yes.
But who's projecting that into them? So that's the only way it's out. This is why the Pentagon...
It might not be someone projecting anything into your mind. It might be your newfound ability to perceive things that you could... The way I look at it is like...
No, I agree, but why are they all 43 people, in Costa Rica, all seeing aliens?
Rebound and recover with the Planet Fitness record.
Bruh, that's crazy. So now that we finished the Alex Jones portion, is there anything that I want to... Yes. Okay, now we're going to get into Operation High Jump. We're going to get into Project Blue Beam and Blue Book. So let's get into what I was talking about earlier, dealing with the Nazis' research into reverse engineering spacecraft and interdimensional beings. Okay, this is what America. This is why America intervened to quote unquote save the small heads. Okay, let's talk about it.
It was the largest, most heavily armed Operation High Jump commenced in August 1946. It was the largest, most heavily armed naval task force ever sent to Antarctica. Leading the mission was Admiral Richard E. Byrd, one of the most famous naval officers in history. The official purpose for the expedition was scientific research and military training. But that was just a cover story. Operation High Jump had other goals. One was to extend American sovereignty over Antarctica, something that was denied many times by the U.S. government. Another was to locate and destroy a secret Nazi base and capture the Nazis' new secret weapon, the flying saucer. UFOs were seen all over the area, suspected to be Nazi test flights. Admiral Byrd was sent to find out.
Did they find flying saucers?
Oh, they found a lot more than that. In December 1938, aware that he was on the brink of war, Hitler dedicated considerable resources to searching for mysterious ancient artifacts said to have incredible power. One of these expeditions launched on December 17, 1938. The SS Schwabenland was sent on a secret mission to Antarctica. On board were scientists and engineers, but also members of the Thule Society, a German occultist group. The Thule Society believes that a highly advanced race of human-like beings called Aryans existed somewhere deep inside the Earth, and the entrance to
these same Aryans are what's referred to as the neo-Nazi group. Okay? The Nazis that hate the small heads, Jews, and black folks, them. Y'all never heard of the Aryan race? We are the pure Aryan race. This is what Adolf Hitler was preaching to the young German Nazi soldiers. Y'all know this. Where that Aryan race comes from a real race of people underneath the earth, particularly Antarctica, right here. This is your Aryan race right here. All right?
Their world was at the South Pole. The classified mission of the SS Schwabenland was to find a location for a secret underground base and make contact with the Aryans living in the Hollow Earth. And once contact was made, negotiate for access to their technology. The ship reached the Antarctic coast a month later. For the next 3 weeks, they mapped hundreds of thousands of square miles of the continent. About 150 miles inland, aerial reconnaissance found what is described as an Arctic oasis, an area about 300 square miles that was free of ice, filled with warm water, and even contained plant life. In the ocean beneath the oasis was a geothermal vent that kept the air.
That should give you some groundwork on why Antarctica is so important. Antarctica is located in the South Pole. Antarctica has over 70% of all of Earth's fresh water, not salt water. This is fresh water. Okay? Fresh water, all in one location. Also, Antarctica is the biggest continent on Earth. And nobody lived there. So Antarctica is bigger than North America. Antarctica is bigger than Asia. North America is bigger than Africa. Okay. This is the biggest continent in the world. And it's not inhabitable. People are not allowed to go there except through government clearance. Okay? You got a globe, look at it. And it's believed that all of it was ice until this mission called Operation High Jump.
Relatively warm. This was the ideal place for a base, especially for U-boats. This is where the Nazis would establish the infamous...
There you go. That's the Nazis, and that's the swastika. Right there in Antarctica. Look at it. Right there. In the snow. There they go. Y'all see it.
Underground facility known as Base 211.
It's called Base 211, the underground Nazi base 211. Ain't that something? Don't they got a beer or a drink called 211? It's kind of interesting.
Course of World War II, Base 211 became a massive complex, as large as a small city. Initially, it was designed as an offensive structure, where U-boats and missiles could be deployed. But as the tide of war turned against the Axis powers, it became clear that the base would be an ideal way to escape. In the final months of the war, huge amounts of equipment, supplies, and personnel were transported to Antarctica. At the same time, thousands of Nazis escaped justice and were smuggled to South America, with most of them hiding.
Are you hearing that? They were smuggled, and they escaped being prosecuted. And they went to South America, including Adolf Hitler, allegedly. Allegedly, he was smuggled along with other scientists to South America, in particularly Argentina. Okay? So, yeah, Lauren, when we're talking about the Antarctica, we're talking about the hollow earth, which conspiracy theorists was called crazy. Okay? Let's go. Let's talk about it. Let's go.
In Argentina, one of the infamous German officers to disappear was Hans Kammler. Kammler was in charge of Hitler's secret weapons program. Kammler's engineers had created a prototype long-distance supply plane with a range of over 4,000 miles called the Ju-390. Only 2 of these were made. One of them belonged to Kammler. And as of April 1945, neither Kammler nor his plane have ever been found. And just a few months later, thousands of UFO sightings were reported all over South America. The American government feared that Kamler and his scientists had escaped to Antarctica, where they were continuing their work, operating out of it.
This is a real photo of a Nazi, literally engineering a flying saucer, y'all. Look at it. Anti-gravitic.
Secret
air propulsion.
Military base hidden deep underground. But these were just rumors. There was only one way to find out. Go to Antarctica. Okay, before we talk about what Admiral Byrd saw in Antarctica...
Oh, come on, just get to the weird stuff.
I will, but it's important that you understand what kind of man Richard Byrd was. He was not some pseudoscience conspiracy theorist kook. He was a legitimate badass. Here are the bullet points. Richard Byrd reached the rank of Rear Admiral by the age of 41, the youngest admiral in Navy history. Now that by itself is impressive. But how about this? He was a recipient of the Medal of Honor, the Navy Cross, the Flying Cross, and the Silver Life-Saving Medal. In all, he received 22 citations and commendations, including 9 for bravery and 2 for extraordinary heroism. He was, to this day, one of the most highly decorated officers in the history of the Navy. Now, his resume goes on, but I think you get the point. If Admiral Byrd says he wants to be the first man to fly over the North Pole, he does it. And if the United States sends a major expedition to the South Pole to conduct a top secret mission, well, there's no more qualified person on the face of the earth to lead it than Admiral Richard E. Byrd. Operation High Jump commenced in August 1946. The official purpose of the mission was to train personnel and test equipment in cold temperatures, to explore Arctic geology, study the weather, and develop techniques for establishing air bases in frigid climates. Admiral Byrd led a Navy task force of almost 5,000 men aboard 13 ships, including a brand new state-of-the-art aircraft carrier loaded with dozens of planes, bombers, and helicopters. This task force was armed to the teeth. There were 2 destroyers, tankers, supply ships, icebreakers, 2 heavily armed seaplanes, and an attack submarine, all fully stocked with the best weapons in the entire Navy.
That's a lot of firepower for training exercises and studying the weather.
Right? That mission was the cover story. No personnel training or equipment testing ever took place. No practice maneuvers, no military exercises, no scientific study of any kind was ever done. According to eyewitness testimony, declassified records, and Byrd's own journal, Operation High Jump had other purposes. One goal was to extend American sovereignty over the Antarctic continent, something that was denied many times publicly by the U.S. government.
Naturally.
The other goal was to locate and destroy the secret Nazi military complex known as Base 211, and to capture any flying saucers they could.
Look at that shit.
The Armada arrived on January 15th.
Look, High Jump, there it is. Y'all see it? The date was February 3rd, 1946. Right there. High Jump. Camp High Jump. Title TF-68CB. Film Super XX. Date February 3rd, 1946. Roll 58. There it is.
And immediately started building a base called Little America. But then the Operation High Jump story takes a turn. Originally meant to be a 6 to 8 month mission, after just 40 days, the base is evacuated and the task force withdraws. This massive, expensive, and important mission is suddenly terminated. So, what happened? And this is where Admiral Byrd, a legend in his own time, becomes a legend for all time. The Navy task force retreated to Chile, and as soon as they made port, rumors spread about strange findings and disasters that forced the mission to be cut short. Admiral Byrd himself spoke to the media, and rather than deny the stories, he expressed deep concern about the real possibilities of devastating aerial attacks on the U.S.
Yeah, this doesn't sound like a guy on a scientific mission.
It sure doesn't. Byrd warned that it was imperative for the United States to take immediate defensive measures against hostile forces in the Arctic and Antarctic.
Do y'all see this? Do y'all see this happening in Antarctica? You see this picture? Do you see the reverse engineering of the flying saucer? And do you see United States? Y'all see this? This is in 1946, y'all.
The admiral went on to say that he wasn't trying to alarm anyone.
Too late.
But the cruel reality is that in case of a new war, the United States could be attacked by flying objects that had the ability to move from pole to pole at incredible speeds. Admiral Byrd reiterated this in a few different statements. He warned that there was a new enemy that could attack any country at any time, anywhere, no matter the distance. When Admiral Byrd got back to Washington, he was immediately debriefed. And though he had just spent 2 weeks making statements in the press, after a lengthy interrogation, Admiral Byrd never uttered another word about Operation High Jump. The mission was immediately classified top secret, and any sailor who spoke about the mission would be arrested and imprisoned. The Navy then published a brief summary of the mission's achievements and admitted some sailors were killed, but they didn't say how many. And officially, all the deaths were accidents, and the bodies were buried there, not brought home. During one of his flights, Admiral Byrd was missing for 3 hours in an episode of lost time, but that was officially blamed on radio failure. The official reason for terminating the mission early was poor weather conditions, and that was that. However, you know how Admiral Byrd was missing for 3 hours and experienced lost time?
Yeah.
Well, Byrd was meticulous at documenting everything, but when he returned to the States, his journals were confiscated and classified. But the government didn't get everything. He had a secret diary that he gave to his son right before he died. And if any of what he claims to have seen is true, well, it changes everything. According to Admiral Byrd's diary, he fuels up for a flight early in the morning. The weather is clear, and mechanically, the plane checks out. At 8:15, at an altitude of 2,300 feet, he checks in.
08:15 hours. Radio check with base camp. Situation normal.
At 10 after 9, he notices a color pattern in the snow. Nothing extreme, but he circles the area to get a closer look. He makes visual contact with camp and radios in his findings. Then, his instruments start to act strange. He writes that both his compasses are gyrating so much that he can't even use them. So he uses the sun to navigate and maintains a visual of camp. He reports that...
So all of his navigational devices, all of his compasses are gyrating, going crazy. Meters probably going all over the place. Check it out.
Nothing extreme, but he circles the area to get a closer look. He makes visual contact with camp and radios in his findings. Then his instruments start to act strange. He writes that both his compasses are gyrating so much that he can't even use them. So he uses the sun to navigate and maintains a visual of camp. He reports that his controls are feeling sluggish. He's concerned about the wings icing up. There's a little ice, but no indication of a problem, so he continues flying toward what he perceives as a mountain range.
09:49 hours. 29 minutes elapsed flight time from the first sighting of the mountains. It is no illusion. They are mountains and consisting of a range that I have never seen before.
He crosses the mountain range and descends toward what he describes as a green valley with a small river running through it.
There should be no green valley below. Something is definitely wrong and abnormal here. We should be over ice and snow. To the port side, great forests growing on
He said something is abnormally wrong here. We should be over sheets of ice, not pictures of green pastures and shit. This is in the middle of Antarctica, y'all.
Our navigation instruments are still spinning. The gyroscope is oscillating back and forth.
He drops down a bit and circles back for a closer look. He reports the green as being moss or tight grass. The light seems different here. He can see the ground easily, but he can no longer see the sun. Now this starts to worry him because he's using the sun to navigate, but he gets distracted by something he didn't expect. On the green valley below, a large animal is grazing.
It appears to be an elephant. No, it looks more like a mammoth. This is incredible, yet there it is. Decrease altitude to 1,000 feet and take binoculars to better examine the animal. It is confirmed. It is definitely a mammoth-like animal.
This nigga said it's like a woolly mammoth, bro. Now, like I said, all the conspiracy theories talking about the hollow earth and all of this shit. Listen to this. This is the most highly decorated Navy admiral in history saying this.
Admiral Byrd flies over green pastures that stretch for miles, and he's so amazed by what he's seeing, it takes him almost 30 minutes to realize it's not cold anymore. Frost on his forward window is gone. Same with the bits of ice that were on the wings. He removes his gloves. The window of the canopy is warm to the touch. He records an external air temperature of 74 degrees Fahrenheit. His instruments are now...
Man, this nigga said he recorded a temperature of 74 degrees in Antarctica, bro.
Back online, but his radio is out. And remember, in the official report, Admiral Byrd was out of radio contacts for 3 hours. So he flies for another hour over what looks to be a countryside or a pasture. On the horizon, he sees the impossible, a large, shining city. The plane shudders. Admiral Byrd grabs the controls, but they're not responding. He notices the plane feels light and buoyant. Then, on both sides of the plane, strange aircraft are rapidly closing in. Their discs shake and seem to be radiating light, and somehow they're running completely silent. Now, thinking this is now a really good time to head back, Admiral Byrd tries the controls again. No luck. The plane's engine suddenly cuts out, but somehow continues flying, controlled by some unseen force. The craft are right up alongside his plane now, close enough that Admiral Byrd can see markings. In that instant, his wonder turns to terror. The markings are swastikas.
Oh, the markings are swastikas. Okay, that's the Germans. Now we're getting somewhere. Everybody all right? Y'all good? Everybody good? God bless y'all, man. Thank y'all for hanging in there with me. They shut down the first video, but y'all came right back. And I appreciate that, man. I really, really, really do. It ain't nothing but love here. Ain't nothing but love here, y'all. So, thank y'all. Man, I hate these commercials, bro. They force them on you, bro. You can't even skip them bitches.
I talk to my right.
All right.
According to documents in 1991, things back at Camp Little America take a strange turn. Just 2 days after arriving, bright lights were seen on the horizon. The sailors thought it was another ship, but they were below the Antarctic Circle in uncharted waters. The lights then ascended at a 45-degree angle into the sky very quickly. They tried to make radar contact, but were out of range. 3 hours later, 5 more lights appeared in the sky and began flying directly toward the ships. Anti-aircraft guns and 20-millimeter cannons were fired, but had no effect. A radio operator stationed on the USS
There you go. These are real pictures, y'all. This is the USS Brownson. This is the destroyer. This is the United States destroyer. Look at that flying saucer right on top of him. It had a swastika on it, which lets you know, bro, they were reverse engineering spacecraft all the way back then. This is what they don't want y'all to know.
Gave testimony of how strange craft suddenly appeared from the ocean. This is corroborated by Lieutenant John Sayerson, who said objects shot vertically out of the water at tremendous speeds. One object flew between the masts of his ship with such force that the radio antenna oscillated back and forth from the turbulence. An aircraft from the USS Currituck took to the sky but was immediately struck by...
Now, the USS Currituck, where I live by a county called Currituck County. So this is quite interesting that I'm looking at a fly plane, a warplane that's called the USS Currituck. This is very, I live in a county close by called Currituck County.
Beam of energy and destroyed. About 10 miles away, the torpedo boat USS Maddox burst into flames and began to sink. According to the report, This was the first attack of several that would occur over the next few weeks. February 26 would be the last engagement with the unknown craft. The Navy task force ordered retreat and left the area, a full 6 months before their mission was supposed to end. Although Lieutenant Sayerson couldn't identify the lights, he...
There you go. This had a swastika, a German swastika on it.
wondered if they were what he called German wonder weapons, being operated by survivors of the recently defeated Third Reich.
Y'all heard that, right? Y'all heard that, right? Were these the survivors of the Third Reich, which was an occult situation within the Nazi German army, the Third Reich. That's what Adolf Hitler ran.
Of a secret base under Antarctica. His testimony has fueled speculation that still exists, and to this day, investigators are trying to determine what really happened during Operation Highjump.
First contact.
Admiral Byrd's radio, which hadn't been working for at least an hour, suddenly comes back to life. Though the signal was distorted, a voice starts speaking English with a slightly German accent.
Welcome, General, to our domain. We shall land you in exactly 7 minutes. Relax, General. You are in good hands.
The plane gently lands itself, and Admiral Byrd is met by several men, all tall with blonde hair.
Aryans?
Sounds like it. Byrd joins the strangers on a platform that levitates and rushes them toward the city at great speed. He's directed to an elevator that takes him quickly and silently deep underground. He is to have an audience with the Master. Admiral Byrd is led into another room where an older man is seated at a long table. Admiral Byrd is asked to sit down. The Master says his people are called the Ariani, and they've been observing humans for a long time, but only now are they choosing to interfere. The Master says that Admiral Byrd's race is too immature for atomic energy and are at risk of destroying themselves. The Master says every time they try to make contact, their ships are fired upon and pursued by fighter planes. So instead, they chose Admiral Byrd to carry this message. Because he's a famous and well-respected figure, the Master hopes that the world will believe him. After the meeting, the Admiral is escorted back to his plane. And after flying for a few minutes, a voice comes through the radio that control of the aircraft is now his. A voice says, "Auf Wiedersehen," and disconnects.
Definitely Aryans.
When Admiral Byrd arrives at the Pentagon in March 1947, he is debriefed and interrogated for hours. He relays the message from the Master and advises the President. He's ordered to remain silent about the operation, and indeed, Admiral Richard E. Byrd never spoke a word about this mission again. The final entry in his diary is a number of years later. Admiral Byrd feels what he calls the long night coming, but doesn't want this knowledge to die with him.
Just as the long night of the Arctic ends, the brilliant sunshine of truth shall come again, and those who are of darkness shall fall in its light, for I have seen that land beyond the pole, that center of the great unknown. Admiral Richard E. Byrd, United States Navy, 24th of December, 1956.
And Admiral Byrd passed away 3 months later. This secret diary was found by his son, Richard Byrd Jr., and subsequently released, as was his father's wish. And 18 months after that, the Antarctic Treaty was signed, forbidding anyone from going to Antarctica without special permission from one of 12.
You see that? Nobody can go to Antarctica. Nobody.
Signatory governments. And even with special permission, you may only go in a few small designated areas. Antarctica is bigger than Europe, bigger than Australia, bigger than the entire United States. Yet all that land is off limits. Why? Was there a secret Nazi base? Is there a civilization living underground? The UFOs described by the sailors in 1947 behave an awful lot like UFOs we're seeing right now. Since we can't go to their world, they could be trying to come to us, with the same warning they gave Admiral Byrd. So maybe instead of trying to destroy these craft and destroy each other, we might want to listen to what they have to say. And who knows, the entire fate of the world may depend on it. Okay, talk about a story having it all. UFOs, Nazi bases, government cover-ups, even Hollow Earth. And I've done a lot of research on Hollow Earth, so if you want to see that video, let me know in the comments. Anyway, I'll tell you right up front. There's a lot of the story that can be debunked, but not all of it. Let's start with Admiral Byrd's secret diary. It's not real. First of all, the flight in the diary takes place in the North Pole. So we're already off to a rocky start since Antarctica is as far south as you can get.
Right.
And some of the log entries are almost identical to actual published log entries from the Admiral. The same types of instrument failures, engine issues show up in both places for some reason. Also, whole paragraphs of what the master sent to Admiral Byrd seem to be plagiarized from the 1937 film Lost Horizon, where the main character is talking to the Dalai Lama, who issues the same kind of warning. In 1964,
But
a
here's
book
the
about
thing. Adolf Hitler was fascinated by the Dalai Lama.
the Hollow Earth.
And I told you, Hollywood is a government agency, just like the CIA and the FBI.
Was released by Walter Siegmeister under the pen name Raymond Bernard. Admiral Byrd is mentioned quite a bit in the book. Bernard went on to write lots of books about UFOs and Hollow Earth, and later, when Byrd's secret diary appeared, guess who wrote the foreword? Yep, Raymond Bernard. But the dead giveaway for me? The secret diary is full of exclamation points. Like, lots of them. If you read any of Byrd's other logs, no matter how excited he gets, he doesn't write like he's posting on Reddit. He writes like a gentleman. So, what about the Nazis? Here's where it gets tricky. The Schwabenland did go to Antarctica in 1938, but its mission was to secure new ports for whaling to supply Germany with its own whale oil for margarine.
Whoa. A Nazi mission to the South Pole for a delicious buttery spread?
Exactly. Germany wasn't at war yet, but Hitler was planning it. A lot of oil and fat-based products were imported. Hitler wanted to make sure that these industries could continue and his army could be fed in case foreign supplies were cut off. The Nazi mission did claim some land for Germany, and it's widely thought that they did look for a location for a base and maybe even tried to build one, but no evidence of a base has been found. However, Nazi artifacts have been found in the Arctic, in the north, which could be why this story continues to circulate. But so far, nothing in the south.
Could be underground.
It could be. I'm not saying nothing's there, I'm just saying we haven't found it yet.
Or they found it and aren't telling anybody.
Well, that's always a possibility. The US government did lie about the real purpose of Operation High Jump. And it's true Admiral Byrd never spoke about it publicly, except for those cryptic comments in the Chilean newspaper El Mercurio. El Mercurio is a real paper, and Admiral Byrd did give them an interview. Obviously, the article was released in Spanish, but when it was translated back to English, his words were twisted around to make the story sound more dramatic.
Never let the facts get in the way of a good story.
Right. Byrd never said there are ships that can fly pole to pole at tremendous speeds. He said the United States could be attacked by planes coming from the poles, and it should be ready for that. And Operation High Jump had a press contingent, about a dozen reporters giving daily reports. There really wasn't much going on, so rather than send back a three-word story, lots of ice, the reporters added their own flair. For example, Byrd did find a small lake that had uniquely warm temperatures with algae growing in it, but it was reported as a land of blue and green lakes and brown hills in an otherwise limitless expanse of ice.
And the UFO attack?
Right. In 1991, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, millions of secret documents were released. And one of those, written in 1947, was a description of Operation High Jump. And in 2006, a Russian documentary was released based on that secret intelligence report. The Soviets did believe that Operation High Jump was a mission to find and destroy a Nazi base. And look, with all that firepower, I don't think that's a stretch. The reports of the battle with UFOs comes from the Soviet documents. But it's iffy on the facts, and they got some of the names of the ships wrong. But they did get some right. And the US military has a history of changing a ship's name and rewriting the ship's story if it serves Navy policy.
Propaganda.
Always. The Soviet report said that UFOs weren't trying to destroy the American ships, which they easily could have done. They just wanted the ships to turn back. The mission was cut way short. The official reason for that is weather. But that's a lot of resources wasted because of weather. Were there really UFOs protecting something down there? Or was this disinformation deliberately leaked to the Soviets by US intelligence? I don't know.
Duh. Call counterintelligence. Thank you.
I've debunked as much as I can for you. Even though a lot of the story is false, not all of it is. And it seems as the only way we'll get answers is to go to Antarctica. But if there's one thing that every government in the world agrees on, it's that whatever is down there needs to stay there. But I'll leave you with these final thoughts. Just a few months after Operation High Jump, a UFO allegedly crashed in Roswell, New Mexico. The location of the crash is only a few miles from the world's first nuclear explosion. And Admiral Byrd did go missing for 3 hours and arrived back at camp 3 hours late. He was in a small, short-range airplane, so why didn't he run out of fuel?
That's deep. So let me ask you this, because we're about to go ahead and narrow this shit down. I want to show, I want to mention two more things, and I promise I will release y'all from being hostages at Mr. Lister spot. So I just want to say I really appreciate everybody for being such team players, man, and such troopers. Like I said, I didn't mean to be up here this long, but they shut the video down, so I had to regurgitate what I already went over and then try to finish up. So what we're gonna do now is Project Bluebeam. Okay. Operation Bluebeam.
I need to help.
There we go.
What if a world-uniting alien invasion?
Take the next step in treating your moderate to severe ulcerative colitis with Entyvio, the only gut-focused treatment for UC that helps block inflammation in the gut and works right where you need it.
What if a world-uniting alien invasion was never meant to come from outer space? What if the greatest threat to humanity was intentionally manufactured? From Watchmen's fictional alien hoax to Ronald Reagan's real speeches about a common extraterrestrial enemy, the idea of staging an alien...
The fuck? Y'all see that? What the fuck?
What if a world-uniting alien... claim the final global enemy would be aliens?
God damn, they shut the whole shit down.
Extraterrestrial enemy, the idea of staging an alien threat has quietly threaded itself through politics, media, and conspiracy culture for decades. William Cooper warned about it. Serge Monist called it Project Bluebeam.
This is under the copyright section 107 for entertainment and educational purposes. Jeez.
Von Braun, according to insiders, claimed the final global enemy would be aliens, real or not, holograms, psyops, mass manipulation, UFO sightings in Utah and Jerusalem. Some say it's preparation, others say it's paranoia. But one question remains. If a global extraterrestrial event happened tomorrow, would we even know whether it was real?
Project
In the original Watchmen comic, set in an alternate reality 1985, one of the heroes commits what can be considered a villainous act for the good of all mankind. He contrives an alien invasion so that the United States, the Soviet Union, and the rest of the world will join together in peace and harmony.
See that? Didn't I just say that? They're trying to promote a world event based on holograms, shit that's not even real, that can be projected in the sky that all of the nations see, so we can come together and come together under the gauze of one common enemy. You know, in the Soviets, the Asians, everybody's in on it. Okay?
Themselves against the outside alien threat. If the story rings familiar to some of you, it is because it is based on speeches given by Ronald Reagan in the real world, in which he said an alien threat would be the solution to uniting a hostile world. Numerous conspiracy theorists, most notably
y'all see this? This is a hologram of Jesus Christ. Look at that. If y'all saw that shit in real life, what would y'all do? Fall on your knees. The Lord God must be real. Look at that. Look. a projection. They already did it with Tupac. Tupac had a whole damn concert tour, and it was a hologram. Yeah. This was what they're gonna give you. This is what they're gonna give us and say that's our Lord and Savior. And they're gonna make it look so big and grand across the globe, and that's what's gonna implement the world, one world religion. This is all a part of the New World Order, man. All a part of the plot of the Illuminati. You create one common threat to unite all humanity, but it's fake. So this is Project Bluebeam. Check it out.
Naval officer William Cooper, the author of the famed underground book Behold a Pale Horse, speculated that Reagan's speech was an expositional public.
Hey, somebody in the chat mentioned Behold a Pale Horse earlier. Y'all mentioned that book earlier, didn't you? Yeah.
Debriefing to prepare the public to accept a global government as a necessary response to it.
Look at this. Look at that. Look at that. Christians with the cross, and what? Israel. Y'all see it? That is the Star of David. That is on the flag, the international flag of Israel. And look at this. This is virtual reality right here. Right? An illusion. A hologram.
Alien invasion scenario. Cooper suggested that the US government had been working on a fake alien invasion since the 1930s, and that even Orson Welles' War of the Worlds broadcast was an experiment to see how the populace would react to such an event. Cooper hosted a radio talk show on which he predicted the gradual and pre-planned worldwide economic collapse. Most of his information has proven to be accurate. He blew the lid off the Oklahoma City Federal Building bombing and the raids on Waco. He was lambasted by both Bill Clinton and Rush Limbaugh as the most dangerous talk show host in America. Much of the content of the X-Files movie, Fight the Future, was inspired by his books. Before there was David Icke, there was Bill Cooper. Long before Alex Jones, there was Bill Cooper. The late Mr. Cooper is the subject of an FBI investigation into the possibility that he was the notorious hijacker D.B. Cooper. William Cooper was eventually gunned down by police officers in front of his Arizona home. What did Cooper know? What were they trying to silence? Even at his most paranoid, he offered what was probably as close to 100% uncompromised, unadulterated human truth as one could possibly find. All of his associates and friends knew that Cooper was legitimate. The information from his book, Behold a Pale Horse, is, to this day, being revealed as true. A staged alien invasion has not yet taken place, or so we might think. Many have speculated that there have been numerous test runs of a massive psyop called Project Bluebeam. This theory was made popular by Serge Monast, who believed that Bluebeam was a project that was being implemented by NASA to create a New Age Antichrist. It is also believed that most of Monast's claims come from...
Yo! This nigga talking about Antichrist stuff. Oh, I gotta wind it back.
Who believed that Bluebeam was a project that was being implemented by NASA to create a New Age Antichrist. It is also believed that most of Monast's claims come from fictional predictive programming in television shows like Star Trek, 2001, A Space Odyssey, and Star Wars. Project Bluebeam is allegedly being carried out in several stages, while many focus on the final stage, which is the creation of an anomalous event, such as the holographic image of an alien ship that would seem like some sort of messianic, divine, or extraterrestrial arrival. There are...
Y'all need to go see the movie with Will Smith called Independence Day. Check out that movie. Will Smith, Independence Day. Check it out.
Number of events that are supposed to happen prior to the final staging. The first stage, according to Monast, would be the artificial creation of earthquakes. These earthquakes would unearth new and mysterious artifacts that would call all major religious beliefs into question. The second stage would be a spectacular show in outer space, the fake creation of signs and wonders, which would be...
Didn't I just tell y'all March 20th, they are coming out with a movie called Project Hail Mary. And I think I'll find some video footage of that after I get through these last two things, and I promise I will release y'all. We'll be done. But I hope y'all soaking this in, man. This shit is fascinating to me.
Significant only to religious and New Age cultists. Holographic images of specific versions of the deity or deities would appear in areas in which they were predominant. For instance, Israel would see the Jewish Messiah. In Muslim countries, the image of Allah would be projected into heaven. In Christian countries, it would be Jesus. Then all of the deities would merge together to be shown as one God. This, according to Monist, would be the electronic Antichrist. In the third stage, this God would speak to people using Elf. Then, in the chaotic fourth stage, Monist believed that Christians would think the rapture is happening. Ode to Joy would be played by the United Nations and heard by everyone telepathically, and it would be universally and mistakenly believed that the aliens had arrived. The truth about Bluebeam is that these theories of the faking of UFO events and a false second coming were written by a Christian fundamentalist. Now, Bluebeam is considered a catch-all for all things alien. It has been associated with the Harpy Project, chemtrails, and crop circles. It is the great hoaxing of the world that radical conspiracy theorists believe must be stopped. Ostensibly, we have been desensitized to alien events that rival the writings of Arthur C. Clarke, with stories about large ships parked worldwide over major cities. We are conditioning Christian fundamentalists with pop rapture eschatology, movies and TV shows that tell us that the world is preparing for some major event. And we all know that it has to be a meeting with God or the extraterrestrials. Believers in Bluebeam will likewise know that this is all faked, which sits better with people who want to declare limits on possibilities. Dr. Carol Rosen appeared on my radio show Ground Zero in 2001. Rosen, first female corporate manager of Fairchild Industries, was spokesperson for Wernher von Braun in the last years of his life. She founded the Institute for Security and Cooperation in Outer Space in Washington, D.C., and has testified before Congress on many occasions about space-based weapons. What she had to say to Ground Zero listeners concurs with what William Cooper, and to some extent Monist, had to say about faking a heavenly event. Rosine claims that just before von Braun died, he told her that the government would name several threats to the world that would create an urgency to organize a new government and build space weapons. Von Braun was well aware of certain intelligence because...
Do y'all know that Donald Trump added the seventh branch to our government, our military government, called the Space Force? Y'all know y'all familiar with that. So after this, I'm going to show you the induction of the Space Force that was implemented by Donald Trump, Space Force, and then we're gonna go into the new movie that's coming out, and I'll release y'all. Y'all all right? Everybody all right? Everybody good? I apologize for holding y'all hostage as long. Y'all know they shut down the first video.
The Nazi U.S. protection plan called Operation Paperclip, in which Nazi scientists and intelligence officers helped to organize the space programs and the CIA. He claimed that the Russians would be the first enemy of concern, then Muslim terrorists, and finally, an alien threat. However, according to Rosine, von Braun stated that the extraterrestrial threat would first concern near-Earth objects, such as asteroids and meteors. Then the sun would be presented as the threat. Finally, we would be told to fear living extraterrestrials that would want to come down and kill us. Von Braun allegedly said that the alien threat would be a lie, a hoax concocted to bring about a new world order, a space-based weapons platform, and a worldwide unified religious movement. Given the history of UFOs and their various appearances throughout history, there is some merit in speculating that the right UFO appearance could spark a new and robust religious movement. In the year 593 BC, during the early days of the Babylonian siege of Jerusalem, a man named Ezekiel witnessed a marvel in the heavens. A wheel within a wheel spun towards him, and, after speaking with the strange-looking occupants of this flying wheel, He was given instructions on how to use the heavenly event for leverage against idol worshippers. Saul of Tarsus was a Roman who, after being blinded by a large glowing object in the sky, changed his name to Paul and became Christianity's Roman evangelist. The churches started by Paul grew and developed into mainstream Christianity by the end of the 3rd century. Many of them changed a lot of doctrine in order to create a new religious movement. He had a new way to see Jesus. It united a great many people, and its effects have lasted over 1,000 years. Joseph Smith, at age 14, claimed to have been visited by beings on numerous occasions. Smith told stories of encounters with angels and even with God and Jesus. His first vision was in a grove of trees where a bright line beamed down from the sky and told him.
I'll stop it right there with that, just to let you know that this is a real thing, Operation Project Bluebeam, okay? So they're gonna stage events, fake space and fake alien invasions, creating our monotheism gods and actually making them tangible through hologram imagery that the whole world can see and participate in. Yeah, so we ain't got to go too much more into that. We're gonna deal with Operation Paperclip, Project Paperclip, and we're gonna deal with the new movie, and we're gonna go home. Okay. So, Project Paperclip. Okay, let's see.
The Joe Rogan experience.
Yes.
I mean, I wrote a book about Operation Paperclip, and
This is under the Fair Use Act, Section 107. This is for entertainment and education purposes only.
my God, talk about a rabbit's hole.
That's a rabbit hole.
It's a rabbit hole.
Let's explain to people that don't know what we're talking about. Operation Paperclip was when, after World War II, the United States gathered up a ton of scientists from Nazi Germany, brought them over to America, and even Werner von Braun. They had Werner von Braun run NASA. He was a Nazi, like 100% Nazi.
Good friends with Hitler type on. Joe Rogan experience.
Yes.
I mean,
Now a look at a moment when national security interests trumped ethical concerns. Jeffrey Brown has our book
This is
conversation.
under the Fair Use Act, Section 107. This is for entertainment and education purposes only.
Nazi scientists, some of them tied to war crimes, including horrific concentration camp experiments, brought to the U.S. in a secret program to advance American security interests during the Cold War. It sounds like the plot of a film drama, but it actually happened, and on a large scale. The story is told in the new book, Operation Paperclip. Author and journalist Annie Jacobson joins us now. Welcome to you.
Thank you.
So these were top scientists in the German war effort, sought out by the U.S. military as the war was coming to an end.
That's right. These were Hitler's top weapons makers, and Operation Paperclip became a classified military program to bring them to the United States. It also had a public face, so there was on the one hand the truth about the program kept secret, and on the other hand the idea that we'll tell the public that these are the good Germans.
And the good Germans, but they were dedicated Nazis, the ones you write about. We should say there are many, 1,600 in all, right?
Yes.
You document about 21 of them, dedicated Nazis, some, as I said, involved in horrific stuff. What they did was known, right, to the people to the Americans who were seeking them out.
Certainly to the American military intelligence officers who were interviewing them. The idea that they were involved in war crimes was really necessary to be kept secret, and that's exactly what happened. And so in the book, I think I unveil a lot of the truth about this program that has remained clouded for decades.
So give us an example of one of the figures that intrigued you.
Well, I think one of the worst case scenarios was that the United States military made the decision to bring Walter Schreiber. This was Major General Dr. Walter Schreiber, the Surgeon General of the Third Reich. He wound up at a military facility in Texas.
And doing what?
Well, during the war, Dr. Schreiber had been involved in the vaccine program for the Reich, which sounds like a nice program, but it was actually a program to work on protecting German soldiers from these biological weapons that were also being manufactured. So he was involved in war crimes and concentration camps. He became a prisoner of the Soviets and then defected to the United States. We saw him as someone who we absolutely wanted here for his knowledge. So in the United States, it still remains unknown what exactly he did, only that he worked for the U.S. Air Force in Texas.
You know, this becomes, of course, this story of practical versus ethical choices, right? Decisions made whether to look the other way or forget about the past in order to advance and gain advantage over the Soviets, it should be said, during the Cold War.
Absolutely. I mean, the Cold War got hot very quickly, and the Soviet threat was this foreboding menace. And the idea was, certainly at the Pentagon and among the Joint Chiefs of Staff who were really running this program, was if we don't get these Nazi scientists, surely the Soviets will.
Was there much debate at the time about the ethics of it?
Absolutely, there was a debate, and I think that's what makes the narrative so compelling, because you have some people, including high-ranking generals at the Pentagon, who are loath to work with Hitler's former scientists, and you have others who say this must be done and it will be done.
You said we don't really know much about the case of Walter Schreiber, what he did. Some of them we do know, right? And the very famous cases, most famous is Wernher von Braun.
Yes, he came here. He was the head of our rocket program and brought 114.
This is the Nazi that they put head of NASA. He's the head of the rocket program, okay? He was put in charge of NASA to run it. A Nazi.
In fellow V2 rocket makers with him. And this program, again, had a very beneficent face. Only now do we know the facts are very different about what those scientists were involved in at the end of the war in what was called the Nordhausen slave labor factory. Deep in the tunnels, that you had concentration camp prisoners building the V2 rockets.
So in a case like that and others where we know that they did accomplish things for the U.S. when they came here, then the question, and you write this, does accomplishment cancel out past crimes?
That, I think, is the conundrum of Operation Paperclip. And I hope that people come to their own conclusion about that, because certainly the idea that you would excuse some of this horrific behavior during the war becomes, that big moral question.
And what happened to these guys in the end? A number of them just lived out their days quite well here in the U.S.
You know, the obituary for Dr. Theodore Benziger in the New York Times, I think, kind of sums it up. He died in 1999, and the New York Times lauds him as a good German scientist who's dedicated his life to the U.S. military. It leaves out the fact that he worked with Himmler very closely during the war and was actually on the original list of Nuremberg war crimes trials. And yet, he was released into U.S. custody and came to the United States. So this idea that you can just whitewash someone's past, I think, is important to look into and to investigate so that that truth can be reconciled.
All right, it's a fascinating story. Operation Paperclip, the secret intelligence program that brought Nazi scientists to America. Annie Jacobsen, thanks so much.
Thank you for having me.
Boom. Now that we got that out the way, now we're going to talk about this new movie that's coming out on March 20th, 2026. Once we talk about the significance of that, I'll let you go. All right? So, Project Hail Mary breakdown.
What would scientists... Booking.com has all kinds of stays.
I hope everybody's okay, and I hope that God blesses everybody. Y'all have blessed me with y'all presence this evening, and I hope God continues to bless y'all and guide y'all, man. I love each and every one of y'all, and I thank y'all for hanging in there with me.
Dogs.
What would scientists...
Okay, this is under the Fair Use Act, Section 107, for entertainment and educational purposes only.
do if they discovered that Earth's sun was slowly but surely losing its luminosity, and not just the sun, but all local stars, all except one. I'll explain astrophage, a surprising friend named Rocky, and more as we take a look at Project Hail Mary. Hey guys, this is Justin. Hello and welcome to another book club episode. Today we're discussing Project Hail Mary by Andy Weir. This is maybe the novel most requested by you all, my audience, and really that's no surprise. I think Hail Mary is maybe the biggest science fiction novel of the last 5 years or so. As always, if you like what we do with these book club episodes and you want to help choose what is covered next, make sure to join me.
Remember when I told you earlier? This was a book first, before they actually brung it to cinema and made it a real movie, okay?
Carrot Slaughter Patreon. For just $2, you can have a say, and you'll also...
Okay.
Building up with a timestamp on screen. The novel was written by Andy Weir of The Martian fame. I actually listened to it on audiobook, and I thought overall it was a great production. The novel for me was ultimately a little disappointing. It wasn't bad, but I did feel like it was a little shallow, which is maybe a weird thing to admit at the start of a video where I will be discussing it. It was, like The Martian, very, very readable. It reminded me a lot, in fact, of something like The Da Vinci Code, where the pace of the story makes it difficult to put down. Like The Da Vinci Code, Project Hail Mary is also largely about an individual solving a series of problems. Whereas in The Da Vinci Code, the main character relies on his knowledge of religion and Christianity, in this novel it's instead science. And as a reader, there is sort of this feeling of satisfaction or accomplishment as the protagonist, who's named Ryland Grace, solves all these problems. So for me, it was an alright book, not great. I do have high hopes for the film though, and at this point I'm going to give a spoiler warning because not only is this a book you may want to read, but there's also a film coming out starring Ryan Gosling next year. So with that being said, let's get started. So the novel is told in a non-linear fashion. Ryland Grace wakes up on what he learns to be a
now,
space...
Now mind you, they got the man looking like Jesus Christ. They got the character who's the antagonist looking like Jesus Christ. Y'all see the beard, right? I thought that was interesting.
And throughout the novel, he slowly puts together the pieces. For the purposes of today's video, however, we'll be telling the story chronologically, how it actually happened in the universe. It all starts when scientists detect something very strange. And I quote, very faint but detectable line in the solar system that emits infrared light at the 25.984 micron wavelength. This discovery is made by one Dr. Irina Petrova, so the line is called the Petrova line. The Petrova line continues to Venus, with the arc becoming wider and wider. There are no scientific explanations for the Petrova line, which are immediately obvious. Initially, the Petrova line is treated as a curiosity. However, Japanese scientists make a disturbing discovery. The luminosity of the Earth is decreasing, and already it's 0.01% less bright than it otherwise would be. That alone is not concerning. However, the loss of brightness, the darkening, is not only continuing to increase, but also doing so at a faster rate. The energy from the sun appears to be traveling to and through the Petrova line, which itself is getting brighter. Somehow, in other words, the Petrova line is stealing energy from the sun, and it's bad, really bad. Scientists predict the sun's output is to drop a full % over the next 9 years, and in 20 years, it will have dropped by 5%. The numbers are changed and refigured, but in short, Earth is heading towards an ice age. In the subsequent year after the discovery, the findings are confirmed, and humanity plans a trip to Venus where they aim to solve the Petrova problem. The US, European Union, Russia, China, India, Japan, and other states...
This is called the International Space Force. So all of this shit, all of this fighting has no has no importance in space. They have an international space station. All the countries are together in this one space station. But down here, we're against everybody. See?
All work together, and within a year, astrophage samples are collected and returned to Earth. Venus specifically is chosen because the Petrova line is so wide there, and it's seen as the best opportunity to collect samples. Anyway, as those samples are collected, a startling discovery is made, that being that astrophage is actually a living thing, an alien. Further experiments are done as the samples return to Earth, and Ryland Grace, who's the first to make many of the big discoveries, he's a school teacher, an expert on like every bit of science he needs for the mission. One of my issues with the book, but anyway, he ends up calling it astrophage. Astrophage is often described as a mold or algae. It absorbs energy from a star, achieving an enriched state, travels to a planet with carbon dioxide, reproduces, then heads back to its star to get more energy and start again. It does this fairly rudimentary. This isn't a truly intelligent creature. Again, remember, it's more like a mold which operates through very basic senses. That being said, astrophage is also almost perfectly suited for what it does. It stores energy more efficiently than anything in the entire universe, at least according to the scientists on Earth, which will be important later on. So humanity understands the problem, they understand what's going to happen to the planet, but at this point, even with an understanding of astrophage, there's no real way to stop it. As you can see, it's an exponential problem. Astrophage uses the energy to breed, then creates more of the energy absorbing life. Astrophage is also able to travel at 0.92 times the speed of light. It can go through periods of dormancy. It again is like mold and is extremely impressive as an organism. NASA supercomputers also discovered that it's not just our star affected by astrophage, but that the organism will eventually travel across stars as long as they're within 8 light years. So all of them in our local part of the galaxy have been infected, up to Epsilon Eridani. I got bad news for the UNSC folks over at Reach. There is, however, one exception, that being the Tau Ceti system. Whatever is causing astrophage to propagate and infect stars, Tau Ceti has been spared. Humanity is thus given a mission, Project Hail Mary, so named because the chances of success are very low. A ship is to travel to the Tau Ceti system and try to discover what there has stopped astrophage from infecting the local star. The problem is, space is big. Tau Ceti specifically is 11.9 light years away. Earth, quite simply, does not have the ability to put a ship there, much less within any sort of human's lifetime. Ryland pulls out his phone and calculates that it would take 10 to the 23rd joules to power a ship over that distance over any reasonable time, meaning that it would take the largest nuclear reactor on Earth 2 million years to create that much energy. However, scientists have a plan. They will use the astrophage itself to power the ship. It is, as mentioned, the universe's most efficient way to store energy. It can be used for propulsion, and the ship even uses for radiation shielding and a bunch of other purposes. The journey to Tau Ceti is expected to take about 12 years, but due to the effects of relativity, the crew is expected to experience only 1,000 or so days of travel. Still, it takes years for Earth to prepare for the trip. The astrophage has to be specially bred, contained, enriched, prepared for the ship, and what's more, Earth needs to do something to give itself more time. Massive global warming projects are initiated, from pumping previously toxic chemicals into the atmosphere to detonating nuclear bombs in Antarctica to force the release of greenhouse gases. Basically anything we shouldn't have done before now, humanity must, to save the planet from global cooling. Still, Earth is doomed if Project Hail Mary is not successful. Humanity manages to build the ship, they breed enough astrophage, but it is to be a one-way mission. The crew is trained and prepared for the mission. However, near the launch date, they're killed in an accident, and Ryland Grace, alongside other backup crew members, is forced to step up. Well, Ryland doesn't actually want to go on the mission, but his expertise is irreplaceable, so the governing body which has been managing all the Astrophage and Project Hail Mary research ends up drugging him, administering amnesia, and putting him on the ship. He
I
wakes
told
up
you
near
they drug him. Ain't that what I say the Nazis do? Anti-shock and anti-MK Ultra mind-altering drugs.
Tau Ceti as the only survivor. Somewhat surprisingly, if you're looking at the timeline of this video, this is
Yo, they got him looking like Jesus Christ, man. Project Hail Mary. They look like Jesus Christ.
where the book starts. Ryland gains his memories back, he figures out what's going on, and at Tau Ceti, he discovers a friend, another starship. The ships eventually dock, and we meet the standout. I think anyone who'd read the book would say this, the standout of this novel, Rocky. What a character. Rocky is very non-human-like, and you actually get a shot of him in the trailer, which I thought was very surprising. It's one of the pretty big twists of the book, although it's revealed early on. Rocky is described as, he calls it a spider, but honestly, to me it's always sounded more like a starfish. He's a 5-limbed being from the 40 Eridani system. Much of the novel is about Ryland and Rocky figuring out how to communicate with one another. Rocky is incredibly intelligent, especially when it comes to mathematics, material manufacturing, engineering. He, for example, makes a tube between the two ships where Rocky and Ryland can communicate, and the two become very close despite their differences. Rocky is from a species which relies on hearing, essentially, to see. It's an incredibly powerful sense, and as mentioned, the species is also very skilled when it comes to manufacturing, but they are not space travelers. Rocky, for example, has no idea that relativity is a thing. Their environments are also generally inhospitable to one another, but they become fast friends. Rocky is also the last surviving member of his crew, having been stationed in the system for several decades. The crew was not aware of the effects radiation. They were not space going, so he's essentially been on his own trying to figure out what's going on. I'm going to generally avoid most of the actual details of plot here, what they talk about, how they develop a unified...
They look like Adam Sandler. They got Adam Sandler in this movie, bruh. Wow. Adam Sandler. You know, he's a small head too.
The language, there are some little misadventures they have. That's, I think, really what the book is for. However, it is discovered that Rocky has enough fuel for them both to return home, which is nice. I should mention, Rocky is there, of course, because his planet is doing the exact same thing. Anyway, using their joint skills, they're able to develop essentially a chain where they sample whatever it is keeping Astrophage in check, and surprise, they discover another extraterrestrial organism. They name these organisms Taumoeba, and they are Astrophage's natural predators. The only problem is the Taumoeba they sample are able to survive on the specific planet in which they discovered it, a planet they've named Adrian, Rocky, you get it. So the two scientists are forced to selectively breed Taumoeba so they can survive on the homeworlds of both Earth and Rocky's species. Now, I won't spoil the ending of what happens to the two characters because it is one of the most interesting parts of the book, but Earth and arid, appropriate anti-astrophage Taumoeba is created and sent to both planets. The process is successful. Both planets see their home stars return to their initial luminosity, staving off what would have been a devastating ice age. Unfortunately, again, there are some spoilers here. Because we never really returned to Earth, we don't know exactly how humanity fared. Almost certainly, the planet is in a very difficult position. They've had to...
Boom. So I'll shut it down there. Let me see if we can get the trailer. Project Hail Mary.
Welcome to the breakdown of the second.
I got you. Hold on. There we go.
Please state your name.
Ryland Grace. Pulled up from a coma. I'm several light years from my apartment. And I'm not an astronaut. I'm not an astronaut.
If you don't go, you die. With the rest of us.
The sun
is dying. You're the only scientist who might know what this says.
I'm just a teacher at Grover Cleveland Middle.
You have a doctorate in molecular biology. I need you to come with us. This is Project Hail Mary. The sun is not the only star dying. Every star was infected by its neighbor except one.
Why?
We don't know. Which is why we built a ship to go there and find out.
It's 11.9 light years away. The astronauts die in space.
It's what you Americans would call a long shot.
Hail Mary. I get it. Who on earth is going to sign up for this?
If we do nothing, everything on this planet will go extinct.
You'll find a solution.
You're my solution.
I put the knot in astronaut. I've never done anything. I've never done a space. I can't even move.
Astronaut. Astronaut. Not C. Astronaut. Not C.
I understand the stakes. I do. No priests in the classroom.
The world is counting on you.
This may be very hard for you to understand. But some people are not good at things.
You know who you are. You're gonna be great.
Conference here, Chief. 5 hours.
Objects approaching.
Oh my God. So I met an alien. He's kind of growing on me. At least he's not growing in me, you know, which was a concern for a little while. I'm Grace. I'm gonna call you Rocky. Thumbs up. No, that's thumbs down. We did the thumbs up. It's close enough.
Okay. That comes out March 20th. And the last thing that I want to present to the family. Donald Trump introduced the Space Force. This is the last branch, okay?
Moment in history, in my opinion, and the great success we've had in.
Donald Trump introduced Space Force. There we go. Check this out, y'all.
This is our secret to a thriving garden. Every time we cook, toast.
This is under the I don't even want to see this one. I'm gonna go this way. I need to go another way. Yeah, I need to go. There we go.
Establishment of Space Force and the establishment of Space Command. The United States is now doing what it needs to do to protect our assets in space. And
this is for this is under the copyright of section 107. This is for educational and entertainment person only. Okay, educational purposes only and entertainment under the Copyright Act, section 107. Let's go.
ensure that space remains the heavens by which we not only protect America, but we sustain our economy, we sustain our commercial capabilities, we sustain Americans' way of life. So again, another very historic moment. I'm confident that both the Space Force and the Space Command will do what is necessary to defend us in space and to keep America great.
Good job you're doing, too.
General Milley, please.
Sir, thank you, Mr. President. And as Secretary said, this is a historic day. Some time ago, we made a decision to establish the Space Force. And that's because we're undergoing a changing character of war, which is of historic importance for all nations. And as part of that, the space part of our universe opened up as a domain of warfare. And it's critical that if we are going to sustain our way of life, if we're going to defend our nation, that we're going to have to defend ourselves in space, and therefore the need for Space Force. And it's a great day for the nation. It's a great day really for the world. The United States of America establishes its first Space Force.
Thank you very much.
Please, Mr. President, thank you for your Thank you. Yes, sir. I appreciate that. 16,000 space professionals assigned to the Space Force. We're proud of this flag. They come to work every day focusing on providing space capabilities for our nation, for our joint coalition forces, and for the world. We're proud of this flag. We're proud to have an opportunity to present it to you here for display in the White House. Thank you for your attention.
Appreciate it. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've really demonstrated leadership in establishing the Space Force. This is an important moment and an important month, actually. Most of the Americans, before their first cup of coffee in the morning, have used space, but very few people realize how important space is to everything that we do, and that it's vulnerable. We need to up our game in space, and you've recognized that and built a force that will help to protect our assets in space and deter aggressive action in space, and if deterrence doesn't work, to be able to defend our assets in space and those of our allies. So we thank you very much for the leadership you've demonstrated, and we're excited for this breakthrough moment.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. We're building right now incredible military equipment at a level that nobody's ever seen before. We have no choice. We have to do it with the adversaries we have out there. We have, I call it the super duper missile. And I heard the other night 17 times faster than what they have right now. Then you take the fastest missile we have right now. You've heard Russia has 5 times, and China's working on 5 or 6 times. We have one 17 times, and it's just gotten to go ahead. 17 times faster, if you can believe that, General. It's something, right? 17 times faster than what we have right now. Fastest in the world by a factor of almost 3. So I just want to congratulate everybody and thank everybody. Space is going to be, it's going to be the future, both in terms of defense and offense and so many other things. And already, from what I'm hearing and based on reports, we're now the leader in space, and that took place. Don't forget, we're having a meeting today. This is really to unfurl the flag, but we've been doing this now for quite a while. I have to say that from my standpoint, having a force, a Space Force in this case, but to be adding to the Joint Chiefs of Staff, which I've known about and read about and heard about all my life, just like General Miller used to be the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, is something that's a very special thing. Well, to add another force into the Joint Chiefs, and we're getting a 4-star, in this case, we're getting a 4-star general on your board. So we're doing something right here. So we're doing something that is such a monumental task. So it's been more than 72 years. The Air Force, I believe, was the last one. And so we have Air Force, and not since the Air Force has anything like this happened. And now we have Space Force added on with full honors, I must add, with full honors. So today we're here for a very important, it's really an important occasion because we're unfurling the flag, and with us is Chief Master Sergeant Roger Toberman, and he is, I'd like you to say exactly, because his rank is a very special rank. Tell us about that rank.
Yes, sir. I'm the Senior Enlisted Advisor for the United States Space Force.
The highest sergeant by far, right?
Yes, sir. And at the moment, the only one, so I give counsel to the Secretary and to the Chief.
This rank is custom designed.
Wow, that's it.
He's the only airman that wears that rank, and will be the only airman that wears that rank. He's the senior airman.
That's fantastic.
Now look at it. Now look at it. The Space Force sign is the same sign as Star Trek. Y'all remember Star Trek from back in the days? Deep Space? And I'll break that down too after this.
Roger, it's a very important position. Thank you. You're with all these generals, but you know what? He's an important guy, right? So why don't we go ahead and do it? Let's do it. Yes, please.
Look at it, y'all. Look at it. Look at the flag.
That's fantastic, man. I love that. That is great.
There it is. Look at it. Pause it. Let's pause it. Y'all can't tell me that ain't the Star Trek sign. That's Star Trek. Y'all see it? Star Trek. Right there. The U.S. Space Force uses the symbol of Star Trek.
That's fantastic. And that great? Please stay in the picture. That's beautiful. Mr. President,
You got a real life Star Trek.
Alongside the other service flags. Very, very great honor. It's a great honor. That's a beautiful flag, too. Roger, hold that up so they can see. That's
Yeah, hold it up so they can see. Look at that shit. Look at that. Y'all don't believe me? Watch this. Y'all see that? Now watch what I'm about to bring up. That's the Star Trek logo, yo. That's the Star Trek logo. I'll show you more of them. A fucking movie. Sitcom. Hollywood. Look. You remember Star Trek? Dante, y'all, look. Look at that. Y'all see it, don't you? Space Force. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm gonna series. There you go. Star Trek. I'm gonna see if I can bring up. Let me see. Y'all remember Captain Kirk? Captain Kirk uniform. This is Captain Kirk uniform. This is autographed by William Shatner. Y'all hear me? This is the original Star Trek shirt worn by William Shatner, played at Captain Kirk. Hold on, let me see if I can get up better. Get up better. They trying to play me today, boy. Nah. They trying to play me. This is the original Captain Kirk autograph. Y'all remember that? Hey, Spock. Hey, Spock. Spock, can you come in? Look, yeah. I grew up on this stuff, man. You kidding me?
That's a big day. That's a big day.
Hey, somebody said explain the logo. Oh, hold on. He said somebody can somebody explain the logo? I love it. Keep it real.
That's a big day. That's a big day.
So the delta in the middle is a symbol that the space community has used for years and years and years. The North Star signifies our core value, our guiding light, if you will. And the orbit around the globe signifies the space capabilities.
Boom. And that orbit is the Milky Way. That orbit is I'm sorry, not the Milky Way. We are in the Milky Way galaxy. I'm sorry. That space constellation is Orion. Orion's belt. That is significant because the pyramids in ancient Egypt emulate Orion's belt to the T, the very same exact coordinates are a direct reflection of Orion's belt, this star constellation right here. So this essentially was modeled, the pyramids were modeled after this star constellation, Orion's belt. You got the North Star, which is the dog star, Sirius A. You got Sirius B. You got Orion's belt. But behind this that you can't see is another star called Sirius C, which is the dog star. This is what they won't show you.
Fuel our American way of life and our American way of war.
This dude said our way of life and our American way of war.
This is for Roger. Yeah, Roger. He's gonna put this on eBay tonight.
He said he gonna put it on eBay tonight. This shit on eBay. Captain Spock's original uniform on eBay. Man, he making jokes, bro. You gotta understand, Donald Trump himself is a damn movie star from The Apprentice, man. All this shit crazy, bro.
Roger.
They wrong, bro.
And we're gonna sign.
That's the executive order. That's it.
Okay. Roger. That's for you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, so let's do it. This is great stuff. Okay. Let's see, I think we have no choice, right, General? Come on over here. Good luck. Good luck. Okay? Fantastic. And these are going for everybody, please. Okay? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Roger. Thank you very much. Mark, you're all set. General, come on
All
over
right,
here.
we're gonna shut it down, man. So yeah, now that y'all see everything that's, you know what I mean? Yeah. That's what I say, man. We worried about shit on Earth when there's a whole nother game plan that's going on outside of Earth. Come on, y'all. And I'm gonna let y'all go. This is Vice President at the time, Mike Pence. It's important because Mike Pence's house is set up like an observatory, a big ass telescope, observatory. The Vice President, former Vice President Mike Pence house is set up like an observatory. You got the Chinese lady in the back, happy, everybody.
When it comes to space, too often, for too many years, our dreams of exploration and discovery were...
I wouldn't be surprised if that nigga won a Martian. Mike Pence, the former vice president of his first term.
squandered by politics and bureaucracy, and we knocked that out. So important for our psyche, what you're doing. It's going to be important monetarily and militarily, but so important for right up here, the psyche. We don't want China and Russia and other countries leading us.
We don't want China in
We've
Russia.
gone way far afield
This
for
is under
decades
the
now, having to do with our subject
Fair
today.
Acts,
We're going to be the leader by
Section
far. We're
107
behind you
disclaimer
1,000%.
for education
Most optimistic
and for entertainment
in the
purposes.
history of our country. That's pretty good. Now, I don't know if they go back to. My administration is reclaiming America's heritage as the world's greatest spacefaring nation. The essence of the American character is to explore new horizons and to tame new frontiers. But our destiny beyond the earth is not only a matter of national identity, but a matter of national security. So important for our military, so important, and people don't talk about it. The essence of the American character is to explore new horizons. When it comes to defending America, it is not enough to merely have an American presence in space.
Dominance.
We must have American dominance.
Oh!
So important.
How did I know that? How did I know that? How did I know he was going to say that? Let's go.
Very importantly, I'm hereby directing the Department of Defense and Pentagon to immediately begin the process necessary to establish a Space Force as the 6th branch of the armed forces. That's a big statement. Very strongly about this.
All right.
And in December, I signed a historic directive. This
So
time we will do more.
Boom. So, look, man, I appreciate everybody who pulled up. Again, I do. And I'm so sorry I wasn't in a position to really read everybody's comments this time, only because they put a bar. Like I said, man, I'm limited to what I can see in your comments with letting me know they watching, like you said. But I will have regained my 20 hours of StreamYard hours on March 13th, which is Friday the 13th. So I think I'm going to do that live, breaking down Friday the 13th as it's parallel to the movie Friday the 13th, which includes Jason Voorhees, okay? Jason Voorhees represents the spring and summer solstice passing over the equator. So you have your Jason months, which is July for J, August for A, S for September, O for October, and N for November, which spells the word Jason. Now that is important because Jason was a young kid at Crystal Lake who got drowned in the water because of the negligence of the camp, the camp volunteers or whoever, the people that was running the camp. They was hot in the pants or whatever, hormones going crazy, and their negligence is what caused baby Jason to drown in Crystal Lake. Okay. Now, after his mother is distraught, she goes on a killing rampage. His mother, okay, which represents Hail Mary, full of grace. Bless the fruit of thy womb, King Jesus. Okay, this is the saying of the Catholic Church through counting rosaries. Okay, Hail Mary, which is the movie I just showed you. Hail Mary, full of grace. Bless the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Okay. Jason represents the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ, but instead of Jesus, they give you Jason. And so again, J is July, A is August, S is September, O is October, and N is November. You know what I'm saying? So the plot of the first Jason, the killing comes from the mother, Hail Mary, her vengeance, her retribution for her son being killed. Okay. Now, this is where it gets to the nitty gritty. Jason is resurrected from the water as a zombie. He becomes now a mutation between the afterlife and where we currently are now, the 3D dimension. So the underworld, he comes up from the underworld disfigured into a full-grown man who has supernatural powers. He's the Walking Dead, the zombie. Okay, this is important because now we're talking about the representation of the crossroads, which in Christianity is represented as the cross. The cross, in hindsight, it runs parallel with the crossroads. So if you're not familiar with a blues singer, Robert Johnson, who said he sold his soul to the devil for talent, look up the movie Sinners with Michael B. Jordan. Watch the movie again with Michael B. Jordan, Sinners. It represents a people that were walking dead, the vampires, okay? Everything that represents the dead coming back to life in another form, okay? So check out that movie, Sinners. And yeah, so we were dealing with the Jason month. So maybe on the next live, I'll go into more in depth dealing with that type of energy. Yo, Derek, what up, man? Bless you, sir. I didn't even know you was in here, man. I done missed the whole crew, man. I done missed the whole family, bro. I'm so sorry, man. Like I said, they took down the first video. The numbers was in here crazy. But they shut me down, so I had to regurgitate everything and then still finish the new information I didn't go over. So, man, this took a lot. And I know it took a lot for you to just hang in there with me. So for that, I appreciate it. And again, y'all, Friday, everything will be right back to normal. I'll be on StreamYard. We'll be good. So, like I said, man, I really, 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 really appreciate you guys for hanging in there with me, for sticking in there with me. You guys did it. Matter of fact, we had 4 hours and 56 minutes. We might just make this a cool 5 hours. You know what I mean? We just might as well make this a cool 5 hours. And maybe I'll do like some type of roll call right quick, man. I really want to recognize everybody. Because usually I read, and y'all know I read every single comment. I read every single comment because I feel what you guys are saying and responding to is real in real time. It's significant. And it helps me segue into the next phase of what I want to talk about. So, yo, we at 4 hours and 57 minutes. So I just want to take this time to just recognize everybody who came in. I'm going to start from the top. And we're going to work our way down to see how far they'll let me go because they put a bar on the comments. So that's why I was kind of hesitant to read you guys' comments. And mind you, I only use YouTube platform when I go live when I'm doing music, man. And y'all, you know, you pretty much know that. But when I want to really dive into these deep lectures, I use StreamYard. Well, I didn't use my hours for the month, y'all. So I got to wait 2 days. So, in saying that, I just want to recognize everybody who came in, and I'll leave you be. Starting with my girl, 18. 18, thank you so much for pulling up, 18. I really, really appreciate you for hanging in there and staying on me about that disclaimer. I really appreciate that. So next, we got Dante, my boy Dante. I appreciate you, brother. You should be proud of yourself, man. You hung in there ever since the first stream, as well as 18. Everybody was in. So thank you, Dante. Thank you, brother. My boy Martino. I appreciate you too, fam. I appreciate you too. Yes, sir, man. You always got something to add. Sabrina, my sweetheart with the brown hearts. Man, I appreciate you for coming through. You are a blessing. Just for engaging with everybody, speaking to everybody, man, I appreciate that. Yo, I really, really appreciate that. Sean Walker, thank you, man. I really, really appreciate your insight and your savvy, man. You know a lot about a lot. So I appreciate that. I really, really do. Who else we got? We got, let's see. Pure Joy. Thank you. I really appreciate it. It was a pleasure meeting you. I don't know if it was your first time pulling up, but I just want to let you know, man, you have you're diverse in your knowledge too about a lot of things. So I appreciate that. Pure joy. Yep. I remember. Who else? Who else? Who else? Who else? Elevator has what? God rail. I appreciate you. Jesus rose up from the dead. Yes, he did. I remember that. I remember you said that. Yep. That's why I drew a direct parallel from Jesus to Jason, okay? Yep. Cree, yeah. Thank you for pulling up, man. Yes. I recognize that you pulled up from the rear, so I thank you for that, man. And I will definitely try to catch your live tonight. So thank you, Cree, for pulling up as you always do. Represent. Who else? Who came through? My mom. Yo, listen, man. My mama pulled up in the chat. So y'all know that made my day. So I really appreciate her energy. My mama, y'all. So you know I had to put on for my mama. So thank you, mommy. Who else we got? Lauren, girl, you got what you want. You got what you asked for from me. You got it. You requested it. You was like, Mr. Lister, can you do a live stream on UFOs and UFAs and aliens? Well, here you go. You're welcome. Thank you, Lauren. I appreciate that, man, for pulling up on me. Who else we got that pulled up that was in the building today representing for your boy? Who else? Pinball! Hey! What up, my guy? What's good, bro? I appreciate you, Pinball, man. I appreciate you not talking about my cheap ass Wi-Fi. Hey, y'all, Pinball be on me, bro. That dude funny, bro. I appreciate him, man. Thank you, Pinball. I hope your day at work was okay. I see A-Team's other avatar. Yo, they been playing in our face. Yo, Lee, my boy Lee Turner in the building. Yo, the crew be pulling up, bro. As well as my friends from my brothers and sisters from Big Wars channel, man. I appreciate all of y'all, man. And especially sticking at me with a time where they took down my video mid talking. That's crazy to me. And I had to come right back. Bruh, it was on the Holy Spirit that I got through this. And y'all, that's a fact. Yeah, I already talked about. Yo, Derek Gaines, man. Thank you, bruh. Like I said, man, you the man, Derek. And I know that you are well versed in this knowledge here. So I already seen you on my boy Ty Pro, Prolific Minds. Yeah, I seen you up there cooking, talking about the Crusades. You don't think I be watching, do you, Derek? Yeah, nigga. The people who think like me are watching, Derek. So you're a sharp dude, Derek. So I think it would be cool maybe if I could start the panel, you know what I mean, and have the boys up, you know what I mean, and we could iron sharpen iron. So you know what I mean. Let's see if we can make that happen, man. My boy Derek Gaines. Who else pulled up? I said all right there, and that's all I see, y'all. Like I said, they got a bar as you know what I mean, what I can't see, but it's all good. It's all good. Thank God that they didn't take this video. And thank you, everybody, especially Sabrina, for reminding me to put the disclaimer in the description. I'm not real familiar with using this platform outside of StreamYard. So it didn't dawn on me like, hey, man, I need to put the disclaimer in this too, because I'm always going live this particular way with my music. So, like I said, I appreciate everybody. I love each and every one of y'all. I hope y'all feel that. I hope y'all know that. And it's been real. Y'all deserve y'all rest. Y'all deserve y'all rest, man. So on that note, God bless each and every one of y'all. Take care. Keep your head on a swivel. Always stay on your pivot. You feel me? And always, man, remember that God is with us. And he's gonna protect us with whatever the enemy has planned for us. God is bringing together his people, like-minded people, intelligent people that aren't fooled by the status quo and not gonna choose to stay asleep. Okay, we gonna wake up. You know what I'm saying? So on that note, y'all, I am Audi 5000. Okay? So I will definitely try my best to be back on Friday. If I don't come back on Friday, it's not because of the live stream, it's because I'm tired. You okay? But it is my goal to invoke that Friday the 13th Jason energy on Friday the 13th. What? I know y'all being here turning up. So that's my goal, and so that's what I try to shoot for. You welcome, Derek, man. You know you my brother, man. Sean Walker, Sean, hey! Girl, you know I can't forget about you, Sean Walker. We appreciate you. I don't know how you do these long streams. It's the Holy Spirit. It takes a lot of energy. It's the Holy Spirit. It's the Holy Spirit. If you look at all of my lives that I'm lecturing, I have 12-hour lectures, I have 11-hour lectures, I have 9, 10-hour lectures, I have 8, 7, 6, 5, 4-hour lectures straight. And we love you too, Sabrina. Love you too. So feel free, if you're bored, visit my channel. You can check out some of my old lectures from last year that still apply. I got like planetary alignment, a whole bunch of stuff. So anyway, I'm not gonna talk your head off. I love each and every one of y'all. And until the next time, keep God first. I'm out.